of this differentiation, if he is really concerned with truth and not with outer appearance. But something of a very different nature also comes into this. What human beings feel themselves to be, because they are constituted in the way I have described, initially remains below in the subconscious for ordinary consciousness today. It does exist there, certainly as a kind of mood, a kind of life mood, but it is spiritual vision alone that brings it to full consciousness. And I can only describe this spiritual vision to you as follows. Anyone who through modern initiation science knows this secret of the human being, that it is actually the head which is the main, the most essential organ needing physical substance, that it is head in order that it may work spiritual forces into that substance. Anyone who also knows that the most essential thing in the system of limbs and metabolism is spiritual substance, and that this needs physical forces, the forces of gravity, of balance, and the other physical forces, in order to exist. Anyone who can thus penetrate this secret of the human being with spiritual vision, and who then turns his gaze back to human, earthly existence, must acknowledge his tremendous debt to the world. For he must admit that in order to maintain his human existence, he requires certain conditions, and that through these very conditions, he owes a debt to the earth. He is continuously withdrawing something from the earth. And he finds himself obliged to say that the spiritual substance which he bears within himself as man during earthly existence is actually needed by the earth. When man passes through death, he should in fact leave this spiritual substance behind him for the earth. For the earth continually needs spiritual substance for its renewal. But this man cannot do, for he would then be unable to undertake the path he travels as human being through the period after death. He must take this spiritual substance with him for the life between death and a new birth. He needs it, for he would disappear, so to speak, after death if he did not take this spiritual substance with him. Only by taking the spiritual substance of his limbs and metabolism through the gate of death can man undergo the transformations he needs to undergo. He would be unable to descend to future incarnations if he were to give back to the earth the spiritual substance which he owes to it. This he cannot do. He remains a debtor. And that is something which there is no means of bettering as long as the earth remains in its middle period. At the end of earth existence, things will be otherwise. It is indeed the case, my dear friends, that one who beholds life with spiritual vision has not only the sufferings and sorrows, perhaps also the happiness and joy that are offered by ordinary life. The beholding of the spiritual being's cosmic feelings, cosmic sufferings and joys. And initiation is inseparable from the appearance of such cosmic suffering. For example, one has to admit that simply by maintaining our humanity, we have to become debtors to the earth. I cannot give to the earth what I really should give it. If, in a cosmic sense, I were to act with complete rectitude. Matters are similar as regards the substance which is present in the head. Because throughout the entire course of earthly life, spiritual forces are working in the physical substance of the head. This head substance becomes estranged from the earth. Man must remove from the earth the substance for his head. But in order to be man, He must also continually imbue this substance of his head with extraterrestrial spiritual forces. And when the human being dies, this is something extremely disturbing to the earth, because it must now take back the substance of the human head, which has become so foreign to it. When the human being has gone through the gate of death and yields up his head substance to the earth, then this head substance, which is now spiritualized and bears within itself what results from the spiritual, does in fact act as a poison, as a really disturbing element in the totality of the life of the earth. When man sees into the truth of these matters, he is obliged to say to himself that the honest thing would be to take this substance with him through the gate of death, for it would in fact be much better suited into the spiritual region which man traverses between death and a new birth. He cannot do this. For if man were to take this spiritualized earth substance with him, he would continually create something adverse to all his development between death and a new birth. It would be the most terrible thing that could happen to man if he were to take this spiritualized head substance with him. It would work incessantly on the negation of his spiritual development between death and rebirth. One must therefore acknowledge, when one sees into the truth of these things, that here too man becomes a debtor to the earth, for something for which he is indebted to the earth, but has made useless for it. This he must continually leave behind. He cannot take it with him. What man should leave for the earth, he takes from it. What man should take with him, what he has made useless for the earth, this he gives over to it with his earthly dust, thus causing the earth immense suffering in the totality of its life, the wholeness of its being. Spiritual vision, it is true, at first leaves a heavy weight on the human soul, something like a tremendous feeling of tragedy. And only when one surveys wider epochs of time, when one beholds the evolution of entire systems, only then is the prospect revealed that in later stages of human evolution, when the Earth eventually approaches its end in the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan stages, man will be able to restore the balance, to annul the debt. Thus, it is not only by going through the experiences of a single life that man fashions karma, but man creates karma, world karma, cosmic karma, just through the fact that he is an earthly human being, an inhabitant of the earth, and draws his substance from the earth. It is then possible to look away from man, to look toward the rest of the natural world, and see how, though man must burden himself with the debt of which I have just told you, balance is nevertheless continually restored by cosmic beings. And here one penetrates into wonderful secrets of existence, into secrets which must be seen in conjunction with each other before they become something from which one can gain a conception of the wisdom of the world. Let us turn our gaze away from man and toward something which has claimed much of our attention during the last few days. Let us turn our gaze to the world of the birds, represented for us by the eagle. We spoke of the eagle as the representative of the bird world, as the creature which had all the characteristics and forces of the bird kingdom. When we consider the eagle, we are in fact considering the function of the bird world as a whole, within the great cosmic scheme of things. In future, therefore, I shall simply speak of, in quotes, the eagle. I have told you how the eagle actually corresponds to the head of man, and how the forces which give rise to thoughts in the human head give rise to the eagle's plumage. So that the sun-irradiated, light-imbued forces of the air are actually working in the plumage. This is what shimmers in the eagle's plumage, the light-irradiated power of the air. Now, the eagle, to which many bad qualities may certainly be ascribed, does nevertheless possess, as regards its cosmic existence, the remarkable attribute that every part of it that is created by the sun-irradiated forces of the air remains outside the skin in the configuration of the plumage. What takes place here is, in fact, only to be noticed when the eagle dies. For it is only when the eagle dies that one becomes aware of what a remarkably superficial digestion it has compared to the thoroughgoing digestion of the cow with its process of chewing the cud. The cow is really the animal of digestion, again as representative of many creatures of the animal kingdom. Here digestion is thoroughly performed. The eagle, like all birds, digests in a superficial way, only begins the business of digestion. Digestion plays only a small part in the eagle's whole existence, is merely a subsidiary process, and is treated as such. On the other hand, everything in the eagle which has to do with plumage is formed with enormous care. In the case of some other birds, this is even more so. Such a feather is indeed a wonderful structure. Here we find most strongly in evidence what may be called earthly matter, which the eagle has taken from the earth. This is spiritualized by the forces of the heights, but in such a way that the eagle does not make it its own. For the eagle makes no claim to reincarnation. It need not, therefore, be troubled about what is being brought about in the earthly matter of its plumage through the spiritual forces of the heights. It need not be troubled about how this works on in the spiritual world. Now, when the eagle dies and its feathers fall into decay, as already mentioned, this is also true for all other birds, the spiritualized earthly matter goes out into spirit land and is changed back into spiritual substance. You see, the relationship between our head and the eagle is a strange one. What we cannot do, the eagle can. It can remove from the earth what has been spiritualized in the earth through spiritual forces working on earthly substance. This too is why we have such a strange feeling when we observe an eagle in flight. We feel it to be something foreign to the earth, something which has more to do with the heavens than with the earth, although it draws its physical substance from the earth. But how does it do this? It obtains its substance by stealing it from the earth. It is just a robber. One might say that according to what may be called the ordinary, commonplace law of earth existence, no provision was made for the eagle to get anything. It becomes a robber and steals physical matter, as is done in all sorts of ways by the bird kingdom as a whole. But the eagle does restore the balance. It steals the physical matter it needs, but then allows it to be spiritualized by the forces which exist as spiritual forces in the upper regions. And after death, it carries off into spirit land the spiritualized earth forces which it had stolen. With the eagle, spiritualized earth matter goes out into spirit land. Now, the life of animals also does not come to an intimate end when they die. They have their significance in the universe. A physical eagle in flight is only a symbol of its real being, as it were. That is how it flies as a physical eagle. Oh, but it flies on after death. The spiritualized physical matter of the eagle's nature flies into the far distance in order to unite itself with the spiritual substance of spirit land. You see what wonderful secrets of the universe one comes upon when one enters into the reality of these things. Only then does one really learn why the various animal and other forms exist on earth. They all have their great and immense significance in the whole universe. And now let us go to the other extreme, to something which we have also studied during these days. Let us turn to the cow, so venerated by the Hindus. There we have the opposite extreme. Just as the eagle is very similar to the human head, so is the cow very similar to the human metabolic system. The cow is the animal of digestion. And strange as it sounds, this animal of digestion consists essentially of spiritual substance into which the physical matter consumed is merely integrated and diffused. There in the cow you have the spiritual substance, and physical substance penetrates here, everywhere, and is absorbed, digested by the spiritual substance. It is in order that this may happen in a really thorough way that the process of digestion is so thorough and comprehensive in the cow. It is really the most thorough digestive process that can be conceived. And in this respect, if I may put it so, the cow is really most thorough in the business of being an animal. It is thoroughly animal, and actually brings animal nature, this animal egoism, this animal egoity, down to earth from the universe and into the sphere of Earth's gravity. No other animal has the same relation between blood weight and the total body weight as the cow. Other animals have either less or more blood than the cow in proportion to the weight of the body. Weight has to do with gravity, and the blood with individual existence, not with the ego, for this is only possessed by man, but with separate individual existence. The blood also makes the animal an animal, the higher animal at least. And we might say that the cow has solved the universal problem of the right relation between the weight of the blood and the weight of the whole body, if one wishes to be as thoroughly animal as possible. You see, it was not for nothing that the ancients called the zodiac, quote, the circle of animal figures, close quote. Footnote in German, Tierkreis, circle of animals, end of footnote. The zodiac is 12-fold. Its totality is divided into 12 separate parts. The forces which emerge from the zodiac in the cosmos take on form and shape in the animals. But the other animals do not conform to the zodiacal proportion so exactly. The cow has a 12th part of her body weight in the weight of her blood. Her blood weight is a 12th part of her body weight. In the donkey, it is only a 23rd part, and in the dog, a 10th part. All the other animals have a different proportion. In the case of man, the blood is 1/13 of the body weight. You see, the cow aims to express the whole of animal nature in terms of weight, to bring something cosmic to expression in the most thorough way possible. A fact I have mentioned repeatedly during these days, namely that the astral body of the cow shows that it actually brings a higher principle to realization in physical matter. This comes to expression in the fact that the cow maintains the division into 12 in her own inner ratio of weights. There you have the cosmic principle in the cow. Everything to do with the cow is of such a nature that the forces of the earth are worked into spiritual substance. In the cow, earth heaviness is obliged to distribute itself according to zodiacal proportion. Earth heaviness must allow a 12th part of itself to be subsumed in individual existence. Everything that the cow possesses by way of spiritual substance forces it to enter into earthly conditions. Thus the cow, lying in the meadow, is in actual fact spiritual substance that takes up earthly matter, absorbs it, and makes it similar to itself. When the cow dies, the spiritual substance which it bears within it can be taken up by the earth, together with its earthly matter, to benefit the life of the whole earth. And man is right to regard the cow as the true beast of sacrifice, for essentially she continually gives to the earth what it needs, without which it could not continue to exist and would harden and dry up. She continually gives spiritual substance to the earth and renews the earth's inner mobility, its inner living quality. When you behold on the one hand a meadow with its cattle, and on the other hand the eagle in flight, then you have a remarkable contrast. The eagle, which, when it dies, takes away into the expanses of spirit land the earth matter that has become spiritualized and therefore useless for the earth, and the cow, which when it dies gives heavenly matter to the earth for its renewal. The eagle takes from the earth what the earth can no longer use, what must return to spirit land. The cow carries into the earth what the earth continually needs as forces of renewal from spirit land. Here you see something like an upsurge of feelings and perceptions arising from initiation science. People usually believe that one can certainly study this initiation science, but that it results in nothing but concepts and ideas. One fills one's head with ideas about the non-physical world, just as one otherwise fills one's head with ideas about the things of the physical world. But this is not how it is. Penetrating ever further into this initiation science, we reach the point of drawing forth from the depths of the soul feelings and perceptions, the existence of which we formerly did not even surmise, but which nevertheless are there unconsciously in every human being. We reach the point of experiencing all existence differently from the way we experienced it before. And so I can describe to you an experience which actually belongs to the living comprehension of spiritual science, of initiation science. It is the experience of having to say to ourselves that if man alone were on the earth, we would, if we recognized his true nature, have to despair of the earth ever receiving what it needed. Spiritualized matter withdrawn and spirit substance bestowed at the right time. We should really have to experience the contrast between human existence and the earth's existence, a feeling that causes great, great pain. But we have to admit that if man is to be rightly man on the earth cannot be rightly earth because of man. Man and earth have need of each other, but man and earth cannot mutually support each other. What the one needs is lost to the other. What the other needs is lost to the first. And we should have no security as regards the life relationship between man and earth, were it not that the surrounding world enables us to say what the human being is unable to achieve in taking spiritualized earth substance over into spirit land is accomplished by the bird kingdom. And what man is unable to do in giving spiritual substance to the earth is accomplished by the animals which chew the cud, as represented by the cow. In this way, the world is rounded into a whole. If we look only at man, uncertainty enters our feelings as regards existence on the earth. If we look at what surrounds man, our feeling of uncertainty is restored. And now you will wonder even less that a religious world conception which penetrates so deeply into the spiritual as does Hinduism venerates the cow. For it is the animal which continually spiritualizes the earth and continually gives to the earth that spiritual substance which it has taken from the cosmos. And we really should allow the following image to become real in our minds. Beneath a grazing herd of cattle, the earth is quickened to joyful, vigorous life. And the elemental spirits down there rejoice because they are assured of their nourishment from the cosmos through the existence of the creatures grazing above them. And we ought to paint a picture of the dancing, rejoicing, airy sphere of the elemental spirits hovering around the eagle. Then we would portray spiritual realities, and the physical would be seen within spiritual realities. We would see the eagle extending outward in his aura, and the rejoicing of the elemental air spirits and fire spirits of the air playing into that aura. We would see that remarkable aura of the cow, which is in such marked contrast to earthly existence because it is entirely cosmic. We would see lively merriment in the senses of the elemental earth spirits, who are here able to perceive what they have lost by being constrained to live out their existence in the darkness of the earth. For these spirits, what appears in the cow is sun. The elemental spirits whose dwelling place is in the earth cannot rejoice in the physical sun, but they can rejoice in the astral bodies of the animals which chew the cud. Yes, my dear friends, there does indeed exist a natural history which is different from that found today in books. What is actually the end result of the natural history found today in books? The sequel to the book by Albert Schweitzer, which I discussed some time ago, has just appeared. You may remember my review of this small volume on the state of modern civilization, which appeared some time back in the Goetheanum. The preface to this sequel is in fact representative of a somewhat sorry chapter of modern thought. In the first small volume, which I also reviewed, there was at least a certain force of argument and the insight to admit what our civilization lacks. The preface to this second volume is a really sorry chapter. For Schweitzer here takes credit to himself for being the first to perceive that fundamentally knowledge alone can provide absolutely nothing, and that ethics and a world conception must be gained from somewhere other than knowledge. Now, in the first place, much has been said about the limits of knowledge, and it is, how shall I put it, a trifle short-sighted to believe that one has been able to speak about the limits of knowledge. This has been done by natural scientists in every possible way. So there is no need to pride oneself on being the first to discover this colossal error. Apart from this, however, it emerges that such an excellent thinker as Schweitzer, for he is an excellent thinker, as his first small volume certainly shows, has reached the conclusion that if we wish to have a world conception, if we wish to have ethics, then we must entirely do without science and knowledge, for these in fact give us nothing. Recognized science and knowledge as put forward today in books do not enable us, as Schweitzer says, to discover meaning in the universe. Essentially, if one looks at the world the way these individuals do, one cannot avoid the conclusion that eagles in their flight have no purpose apart from the fact that they can be used in making armorial crests. Cows are useful here on earth because they give milk, and so on. But because man also is regarded only as a physical being, he only has physical usefulness, and all this has no meaning for the world as a whole. If people are unwilling to go further than this, they will certainly not reach the level where the world can be seen to have meaning. We must pass on to what the spiritual, to what initiation science can say to us about the world. Then we shall certainly discover the meaning of the world. Then we shall find this meaning of the world as we discover wonderful mysteries in all existence. Mysteries such as that which unfolds in connection with the dying eagle and the dying cow, and between them the dying lion, which in its turn holds spiritual substance and physical substance in balance within itself, through the harmony it establishes in the rhythm of breathing and of blood. We shall find that it is the lion whose group soul regulates how many eagles and how many cows are necessary, to enable the correct process to take its course in the upward and also in the downward direction, in the way I have described to you. You see, the three animals, eagle, lion, and ox or cow, were created out of a wonderful instinctive knowledge. Their connection with man is one we can sense and feel. For when he sees into the truth of these things, the human being should really admit, the eagle relieves me of the tasks that I myself cannot fulfill through my head. The cow relieves me of the tasks that I myself cannot fulfill through my metabolism and through my limbs. The lion relieves me of the tasks that I myself cannot fulfill through my rhythmical system. And thus I myself and the three animals are made into a whole in the great cosmic scheme of things. Thus one lives one's way into cosmic relationships. Thus one feels the deep connections in the world and learns to know how wise are the powers which hold sway in the living world, into which man is woven and which billow and surge around him. You see, in this way we were able to interweave everything that we encountered when we sought to discover man's connection with the three animal forces, which we have spoken about in recent weeks. That's the end of Lecture 3 and the end of Part 1 of this lecture cycle, which was entitled Man's Connection with the Cosmos, the Earth, and the Animal World. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being and the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms. 12 lectures by Rudolf Steiner in 4 parts, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, Collected Works, Volume 230, revised translation by Matthew Barton. And these were given in Dornach between 19th of October, 11th November, 1923. Part 2 is, overall, the theme is the interconnection of world phenomena and the essential nature of the world. This is Lecture 4, given on the 26th of October, 1923. We have studied certain aspects of the connection between Earth conditions, cosmic conditions, animals and man, and shall continue with these studies during the coming days. Footnote, in what follows, the planetary stages of Earth's evolution will be designated with initial capitals, whereas the planetary bodies, as they are today, are in lowercase. The distinction between these two, however, is not always clear. Editor, readers aside, I will say old moon for the actual moon epoch and just moon for the planet. And the readers aside. Today, however, I wish to find the transition to still broader spheres that we shall have to consider in future. I should like, in the first place, to draw attention to what has already been described in my title, Occult Science, as the evolution of the Earth in the cosmos, beginning with the primordial old Saturn metamorphosis of the Earth. This old Saturn condition must be thought of as already containing within itself everything belonging to our planetary system. The separate planets of our planetary system, from Saturn onward to the Moon, were at that time still within old Saturn, which, as you know, consisted only of heat, ether, as undifferentiated world bodies. Saturn, old Saturn, which had not even attained to the density of air, but was merely heat ether, contained in an undifferentiated etheric condition everything which later became independent and took individual form in the separate planets. We then distinguish, as the second metamorphosis of Earth evolution, what in a comprehensive sense I have called the old sun metamorphosis of the Earth. Here we have to do with the gradual evolution from the fire globe of old Saturn to the air globe, the light-permeated, light-irradiated, glittering air globe of the sun. Then we have a third metamorphosis, out of which, after the earlier conditions had been recapitulated, there evolved on the one hand all that was of a sun nature, which at that time still comprised the earth and moon. All this is described in Title Occult Science, and all that was already externalized and to which Saturn, in its state of separation, belonged. At the same time, however, during this period of the old moon metamorphosis, we meet the fact that the sun separated from what was now a blend of earth and moon. I have often described how the kingdoms of nature, which we know today, did not then exist, and how the earth did not enclose a mineral mass, but was, if I may so express myself, of the nature of horn, so that the solid constituents freed themselves, forming rock-like projections of horny substance, jutting out from the moon mass, which was now the consistency of water. Then there arose the conditions of the fourth metamorphosis, which are the earth conditions of today. Now, if we draw a diagram of these four metamorphoses in their sequence, we have first the old Saturn condition as a body of heat, and he draws on the blackboard, that still contained, dissolved within it, everything later contained in our planetary system. Then we draw the old sun metamorphosis, the old moon metamorphosis, and the earth metamorphosis. Two things can be distinguished within these four stages. Just consider how, during the evolution of old Saturn and on into the old sun epoch, substance had only advanced to a gaseous state. Evolution took its start from the globe of fire. The fiery globe was then metamorphosed and densified into a globe of air, which, however, was already imbued and glittering with light. Here we have the first part of evolution. Then we have the part of evolution in which the moon, old moon, first plays a role. For it is the role played by old moon evolution which enabled it to fashion those horny rock formations. And during the earth metamorphosis, the moon separated off and became a satellite, leaving the inner earth forces behind for the earth stage. The forces of gravity, for instance, are definitely forces that have remained behind from old moon evolution as something physical. The Earth would never have developed the forces of gravity had not residues remained from when the old moon was part of it. The moon itself departed. It is that colony in cosmic space about which I spoke to you from its spiritual aspect only a few days ago. Its substantiality is quite different from that of the Earth, but it left behind in the Earth what, speaking in a wider sense, may be called the Earth's magnetism. The forces of the Earth, namely the forces of gravity and the effects defined as the effects of weight, have remained over from old moon evolution. And thus we can say that on the one hand we have here, there's a diagram on page 66, in the old Saturn and old Sun condition, the essentially warm, light irradiated metamorphosis, if the two are taken together. And on the other hand, we have in the old moon and earth condition, the old moon sustained watery metamorphosis, a watery condition which evolved during the old moon metamorphosis and which then remained during the earth metamorphosis. The solid element is actually called forth by the forces of gravity. These two pairs of metamorphoses differ from each other to a marked degree. And we must be clear about the fact that everything present in an earlier condition is again inherent in the later one. What constituted the ancient fire globe of Saturn remained as heat substance in all the subsequent metamorphoses. And when today we move about the regions of the earth and everywhere encounter warmth, this warmth is the remains of the ancient Saturn condition. Wherever we find air or gaseous bodies, we have the remains of ancient sun evolution. When we look out into the sun-irradiated atmosphere and have imbued ourselves with feeling and understanding for this old sun epoch of evolution, we can say to ourselves with truth, in this sun-irradiated atmosphere, we have remains of the ancient sun evolution. For had this ancient sun evolution not taken place, the relationship of our air with the rays of the sun, which are now there outside, would not have existed. Only through the fact that the sun was once united with the earth, that the light of the sun itself shone in the earth, which was still in a gaseous condition, so that the earth was an air globe radiating light into cosmic space. Only through this could the later metamorphosis occur, the present earth metamorphosis, in which the earth is enveloped by an atmosphere of air, into which the sun's rays fall from outside. But the sun's rays have a deep inner connection with the earth's atmosphere. They do not, however, impinge, as present-day physicists somewhat crudely state, like small shot projected to the gaseous atmosphere. But the rays of the sun have a deep inner relationship with the air. And this relationship is actually the after effect of their one-time union during the sun metamorphosis. Thus, everything is mutually interrelated through the fact that the earlier conditions ever and again play into the later conditions in manifold ways. But during the time in which, speaking generally, Earth's stages of evolution took their course, as you find in Title Occult Science and as I have briefly sketched it for you here, everything evolved that is on the earth and around it, and also everything that is in the earth. And now we can say, when we contemplate the present-day earth, we have within it the inner old moon, which produces the solid element. And this is essentially anchored in the earth's magnetism. It is due to the inner old moon that solid matter exists and has weight. It is, after all, the forces of weight that make fluid into solid. We have next the actual conditions of earth in the watery element, which appears in manifold ways, as groundwater, for instance, but also in the water which is present in rising vapors, in the rain that comes down, and so on. And further, we have in the surrounding atmosphere what is of the nature of air. Moreover, all this is permeated by the element of fire, the remains of old Saturn. Even in our present-day Earth, we are able to point to things that in the realms above us are Sun-Saturn or Saturn-Sun. We can always say to ourselves, everything which is present in the warm air, which is irradiated with light, is Saturn-Sun. We look up and actually find our air imbued with the effect of old Saturn, with the effect of old Sun, which in the course of time has evolved into the actual atmosphere of the Earth, though this in itself is only an after effect of the old Sun metamorphosis. Broadly speaking, this is what we find when we direct our gaze upward. When we direct our gaze downward, it is more a question of what arose from the last two metamorphoses. We have the heavy, solid element, or better expressed, the working of the forces of weight, the process of solidification. We have the fluid element. We have the moon Earth. These two parts of Earth existence can be strictly differentiated from each other. If you read Title Occult Science again with this in mind, you will see that the whole style is such that a marked hiatus occurs at the place where the old sun metamorphosis passes over into the old moon metamorphosis. Even today, there is still a kind of sharp contrast between what is above and of the nature of old Saturn, and what is below and of the nature of the Earth-Moon watery condition. Thus we can quite well differentiate between the Saturn-Sun gaseous element and the Moon-Earth fluidic element. The one is above, the other below. When someone who sees into these things with initiation science contemplates the general course of the Earth's evolution and everything which has developed along with the Earth and belongs to it, his gaze falls first on the manifold variety of the insect world. One can well imagine that the very feeling engendered by the fluttering, glittering insect world would bring us into a certain connection with what is above and of the nature of the Saturn-Sun gaseous condition. And this is indeed the case. When we look at the butterfly with its shimmering colors, we see it fluttering in the air, in the light-flooded, light-irradiated air. It is born on the waves of the air and barely comes in contact with anything of an Earth-Moon fluid nature. Its element is in the upper regions. And when one investigates the development of this creature, it is a remarkable thing that just in the case of this small insect, one arrives at very early epochs of Earth metamorphosis. What today shimmers in the light irradiated air as the butterfly's wings was first formed in germ during Old Saturn and developed further during the time of Old Sun. It was then that there arose what still today makes it possible for the butterfly to be essentially a creature of light and air. It is thanks to the sun itself that it can spread light everywhere. But it owes its ability to call forth what is fiery and shimmering in physical substance to the influence of old Saturn, to the influence of the planets Saturn and Jupiter and Mars. The butterfly's nature cannot be understood if we look for it on the Earth. The forces active in the nature of the butterfly must be sought above, in Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. And when we go more into the detail of this wonderful development of the butterfly, I've already described it in connection with the human being as what may be called the cosmic embodiment of memory. When we go more into detail, we find in the first place the fluttering butterfly shimmering with light, born above the earth on the air. It then deposits its egg. Yes, the crude materialist says, quote, the butterfly deposits its egg, close quote, because under the influence of present-day unscientific science, the things of greatest importance are simply not studied. The question is this: to what does the butterfly entrust its egg when it deposits it? Now, investigate any place where the butterfly deposits its egg, and everywhere you will find that the egg is deposited in such a way that it cannot be withdrawn from the influence of the sun. The sun's influence on the egg is in fact not only present when the sun is shining directly onto the earth. I have often drawn attention to the fact that in winter, farmers put their potatoes into the earth and cover them with it, because the sun's warmth and the power of the sunlight that can come toward the earth in summer are actually in the earth in winter. On the surface of the earth, potatoes become frosted. They do not become frosted, but remain really good potatoes if they are buried in a pit and covered with a layer of earth. Because throughout the winter, the activity of the sun is inside the earth. Throughout the whole winter, we must look for the sun activity of summer under the earth. In December, for example, at a certain depth within the earth, we have the July activity of the sun. In July, the sun radiates its light and warmth onto the earth's surface. The warmth and light gradually penetrate deeper. And if in December we wish to look for what we experience on the surface of the earth in July, we must dig a pit, and then what was on the surface of the earth in July will be found in December at a certain depth within it. There the potato is buried in the July sun. Thus the sun is not only what crude materialistic understanding looks for it. The sun is actually present in many spheres. Only this is strictly regulated according to the seasons of the year in the cosmos. The butterfly never deposits its eggs where they cannot remain in some way or other in connection with the sun. Consequently, one expresses oneself badly when one says that the butterfly lays its eggs in the sphere of the earth. This it does not do at all. It lays its eggs in the sphere of the sun. The butterfly never descends as far down as the earth. Wherever the sun is present in what is earthly, where the butterfly seeks out the place to deposit its eggs, so that they remain entirely under the influence of the sun. In no way do they come under the influence of the earth. Then, as we know, a caterpillar emerges from this butterfly's egg. It remains under the influence of the sun, but now comes under another influence as well. The caterpillar would be unable to crawl did it not also come under another influence, and this is the influence of Mars. If you picture the Earth with Mars circling around it, the Mars currents are everywhere in the upper region and also remain there. It is not a question of Mars itself being anywhere in particular, but we have the whole Mars sphere, and the caterpillar, as it crawls along, does so in the sense of the Mars sphere. Then the caterpillar becomes a chrysalis and builds a cocoon around itself. I described to you how the caterpillar is given up to the sun in this, and the threads are spun in the direction of the line of light. The caterpillar is exposed to the light, follows the rays of light, spins, stops when it is dark, and then goes on spinning. The whole cocoon is actually cosmic sunlight, sunlight which is interwoven with matter. Thus, when you have the cocoon of a silkworm, for example, which is used to make your silk garments, what is present in the silk is actually sunlight, into which is spun the substance of the silkworm. Out of its own body, the silkworm spins its matter in the direction of the sun's rays, and in this way creates the cocoon around itself. But that this may happen, it needs the intervention of Jupiter activity. The sun's rays have to be modified through Jupiter activity. Then, as you know, the butterfly emerges from the cocoon, from the chrysalis, the butterfly which is born on the light and radiant with light. It leaves the dark chamber into which the light could only enter, as it did into the cromlechs, in the way I described to you in the case of the ancient Druids' cromlechs. There the sun comes under the influence of Saturn, and it is only in conjunction with Saturn that it can send its light into the air in such a way that the butterfly can shine in the radiance of its many and varied colors. And thus, when we behold that wonderful sea of fluttering butterflies in the atmosphere, we must say, that is in truth no earthly creation, but is born into the earth sphere from above. The butterfly descends no deeper with its egg than to where influences still reach the earth from the sun. The cosmos bestows on the earth the sea of butterflies. Saturn bestows their colors. The sun bestows the power of flight, called forth by the sustaining power of the light, and so on. Thus, I might say that we actually have to see in the butterflies little creatures strewn down, as it were, on the earth by the sun, and what is above the sun in our planetary system. The butterflies, the dragonflies, and the insects in general are actually the gift of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and the sun. And not a single insect could be produced by the earth, not so much as a flea, were it not that the planets beyond the sun, together with the sun, bestow on the earth the gift of insect life. And we do, in truth, owe the fact that Saturn, Jupiter, etc. are able to be so generous and allow the insect world to flutter in upon us to the first two stages of metamorphosis which the earth has passed through in its evolution. And now, let us look at the way in which the two last metamorphoses, the old moon condition and the earth condition, have played their part. In view of the fact that the butterfly's egg is never really entrusted to the earth. It must be pointed out that at the time when the moon metamorphosis, the third condition, was beginning, the butterflies were not yet as they are today. The earth, too, was not so dependent on the sun. At the beginning of the third metamorphosis, the sun was actually still united with the earth, and only later became separated. The butterfly, therefore, was not so averse to entrusting its embryo to the earth, because when it entrusted it to the earth, it was at the same time entrusting it to the sun. Thus here there arose a differentiation. In the case of the first two metamorphoses, one can only speak of the early ancestors of the insect world. But at that time, to entrust something to the cosmos, to the outer planets and the sun, still meant to entrust it to the earth. Only when the earth condensed, when it acquired water and the magnetic forces of the moon, did matters change and a differentiation appear. Let us assume all this belongs to the upper sphere of warmth and air. Let us now take the lower sphere of water and earth. And let us consider the embryos whose destiny it was to be entrusted to the earth, whereas others were held back and not entrusted to the earth, but only to the sun within the earthly. Now, let us consider the embryos which were entrusted to the earth at the time when the third metamorphosis, the old moon condition, arose. These now came under the influence of the earth's activity, of the watery earth and moon activity, just as the insect embryos had formerly come under the influence of the sun activity and of what is beyond the sun. And through the fact that these embryos came under the influence of earth-water activity, they became, quote, plant embryos, close quote. And the embryos which remained behind in the upper regions remained insect embryos. When the third metamorphosis began, through what at the time was of a sun nature being transformed into what was of the nature of moon earth, the plant embryos came into being. And what you now have in the butterfly, under the influence of the extraterrestrial cosmos, this whole development from embryo to caterpillar, from chrysalis to butterfly, this you can now find in the plant. When the seed became earthly, it was not the butterfly which developed. But when the seed became earthly and was entrusted to the earth, not now to the sun, the plant root developed, the first thing to arise out of the embryo. And instead of the caterpillar emerging from the chrysalis under the influence of the forces which proceed from Mars, the leaf arises, emerging in a rising spiral. The leaf is the caterpillar which has come under the influence of what is earthly. When you see the creeping caterpillar, you have in upper regions what corresponds below to the leaf of the plant. This develops out of what became root, through the fact that the seed was transferred from the region of the sun to the region of the earth. Proceeding further upward, you get increasing contraction until at the top, in the calyx, you have the chrysalis. And finally the butterfly develops in the flower, which is colored just like the butterfly in the air. The circle is completed. Just as the butterfly lays its egg, so does the flower develop within itself the new seed for the future. So you see, we look up toward the butterfly and understand it to be the plant raised up into the air. Under the influence of the sun, with the upper planets, the butterfly from egg to fully developed adult is the same as the plant is here below, under the influence of the earth. When the plant comes into leaf, there's a diagram, we have from the earth aspect the influence of the moon, then the Venus influence, and the Mercury influence. Then there is a return to earth influence. The seed is again under the earth's influence. We can therefore contemplate two verses which give expression to a great secret of nature. Quote, "Behold the plant. It is the butterfly fettered by the earth. Behold the butterfly. It is the plant freed by the cosmos." The plant, the butterfly fettered by the earth. The butterfly, the plant freed from the earth by the cosmos. If one looks at a butterfly, or indeed any insect, from the stage of the egg to when it is fluttering away, it is the plant raised up into the air, fashioned in the air by the cosmos. If one looks at a plant, it is the butterfly held in fetters below. The egg is claimed by the earth. The caterpillar is metamorphosed into leaf formation. The chrysalis formation is metamorphosed into what is contracted in the plant. And then the same principle that unfolds to produce the butterfly develops into the flower in the plant. Small wonder that such an intimate relationship exists between the world of the butterflies, the insect world in general, and the world of the plants. For in truth, the spiritual beings which underlie the insects, the butterflies, must say to themselves, "Down here are our relatives. We must maintain allegiance with them, unite ourselves with them in the enjoyment of their juices and so on, for they are our brothers. They are our brothers who have been metamorphosed down into the domain of the earth, who have become fettered to the earthly, who have won another existence." And in their turn, the spirits who ensoul the plants can look up to the butterflies and say, "These are the heavenly relatives of the plant on earth." You see, one must really say that understanding of the world cannot come about through abstractions, for abstractions do not attain to understanding. Cosmic activity is indeed the greatest of artists. The cosmos fashions everything according to laws which bring the deepest satisfaction to the artistic sense. And no one can understand the butterfly which has sunk down into the earth unless he metamorphoses abstract thoughts in an artistic sense. No one can understand how that which is contained in the flower of a plant has been raised up into the air by the light and by cosmic forces to be the butterfly, unless once again he can bring abstract thoughts into artistic movement. Nevertheless, there always remains something immensely uplifting when we turn our minds to the deep inward connection between the things and beings of nature. It is a unique experience to see an insect poised on a plant, and at the same time to see how astrality holds sway above the blossom. Here the plant is striving away from the earthly. The plant's longing for the heavenly holds sway above the iridescent petals of the flower. The plant cannot of itself satisfy this longing. Thus, there radiates toward it from the cosmos what is of the nature of the butterfly. In beholding this, the plant realizes the satisfaction of its own desires. And this is the wonderful relationship existing in the environment of the earth. Namely, that the longings of the plant world are assuaged in looking up to the insects, in particular the world of the butterflies. What the blossoming flower longs for as it radiates its color out into world space becomes for it something like known fulfillment when the butterfly approaches it with its shimmer of colors. Longing that makes warmth radiate outward, satisfaction streaming in from the heavens. This is the interplay between the world of the flowering plants and the world of the butterflies. This is what we should see in the environment of the earth. Having thus made the transition to the plant world, I shall now be able, in the next few days, to extend still further the studies which have so far taken us from the human being to the animals. We can now include the plant world, and thus we shall gradually come to man's connection with the whole earth. But for this it was first necessary to build, as it were, a bridge from the fluttering plant of the air, the butterfly, to the butterfly firmly rooted in the earth, the plant. The earthly plant is the firmly rooted butterfly. The butterfly is the flying plant. Having recognized this connection between earthbound plant and heaven-freed butterfly, we have now established the bridge between animal world and plant world. Thus we can be quite unconcerned by all the inconsequential statements that claim spontaneous generation and the like took place. These prosaic concepts will never lead us into the regions of the universe to which we must attain. Those spheres are only reached when prosaic concepts can be transformed into artistic concepts, so that we may then arrive at an idea of how, from the heaven-born butterfly's egg that was entrusted to the sun alone, the plant later arose. When the butterfly's egg metamorphosed due to the fact that it was no longer entrusted only to the sun, but now developed a connection with the earth. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being and the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, Collected Works, Volume 230, revised translation by Matthew Barton. And this is Lecture 5, given on the 27th of October, 1923. It is the second lecture in the second part of the book, entitled The Interconnection of World Phenomena and the Essential Nature of the World. These lectures deal with the interconnections between natural phenomena and living reality in the world. And you have already seen that there are many things of which those whose vision is limited to the world of outward appearance have no idea. We have seen how every species of living being, this was shown by a number of examples, has its task in the whole nexus of cosmic existence. Now, today, as a kind of recapitulation, we will again consider what I said recently about the nature of several creatures, and in the first place of the butterfly. In my description of butterfly nature, as contrasted with that of the plants, we found that the butterfly is essentially a creature that belongs to the light insofar as it is modified by the forces of the outer planets, of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Hence, if we wish to understand the butterfly in its true nature, we must look up into the higher regions of the cosmos and must say to ourselves, quote, "These higher cosmic regions endow and bless the earth with the world of the butterflies," close quote. The bestowal of this blessing upon the earth has an even deeper significance. Let us recall how we had to say that the butterfly does not participate in anything directly connected with earthly existence, but only indirectly, insofar as the sun, with its power of warmth and light, is active in this earthly existence. Actually, a butterfly lays its eggs only where they do not become separated from sun activity, so that the butterfly does not entrust its eggs to the earth, but only to the sun. Then the caterpillar emerges. It is under the influence of Mars activity, though naturally the sun influence always remains. The chrysalis develops under the influence of Jupiter activity. From it emerges the butterfly, whose iridescent colors reflect in the Earth's environment the luminous sun power that the Earth can potentially evolve in conjunction with the power of Saturn. Thus, in the manifold colors of the butterfly world, we see the direct effect of Saturn activity in Earth existence and in the Earth's environment. But let us bear in mind that the substances necessary for earth existence are in fact of two kinds. We have the purely material substances of the earth, and we have the spiritual substances. And I told you that the remarkable thing about this is that in the case of man, the underlying substance of his metabolism and limbs is spiritual, whereas that of the head is physical. Moreover, in man's lower nature, spiritual substance is permeated with the activity of physical forces, with the action of gravity, with the action of the other earthly forces. In the head, earthly substance, conjured up into it by the whole of metabolism, circulation, nerve activity, and the like, is permeated by non-physical spiritual forces, which are reflected in our thinking, in our power of forming mental images. Thus, in the human head, we have spiritualized physical matter, and in the limbs and metabolism, we have unearthed, if I may coin a word, unearthed spiritual substantiality. Readers aside, unearthed is spelled E-N hyphen and then the word earthed, E-N hyphen E-A-R-T-H-E-D, unearthed, end of readers aside. Now, it is spiritualized matter that we find to the greatest degree in the butterfly. Because a butterfly always remains in the sphere of sun existence, it only takes to itself earthly matter. Naturally, I am still speaking figuratively, as though in the form of the finest dust. It also gets its nourishment from earthly substances that have been worked through by the sun. It unites with its own being only what is sun-imbued, and it takes from earthly substance only what is finest, and works on it until it is entirely spiritualized. When we look at a butterfly's wing, we actually have before us earthly matter in its most spiritualized form. Through the fact that the physical substance of the butterfly's wing is imbued with color, it is the most spiritualized of all earthly substances. The butterfly is the creature which lives entirely in spiritualized earth matter. And the spiritual eye, E-Y-E, is able to perceive that in a certain way a butterfly despises the body which it carries between its colored wings, because its whole attention, its whole group soul being, is centered on joyous delight in the colors of its wings. And just as we marvel at its shimmering colors as we follow it, so also can we marvel at its own fluttering joy in these colors. This is something which it is of fundamental importance to cultivate in children, this joy in the spirituality fluttering about in the air, which is in fact fluttering joy, joy in the play of colors. The nuances of butterfly nature reflect all this in a wonderful way. And something else lies in the background as well. We were able to say of the bird, which we regarded as represented by the eagle, that at its death, it can carry spiritualized earth substance into the spiritual world, and that thereby, as a bird, it has the task in cosmic existence of spiritualizing earthly matter, thus being able to accomplish what cannot be done by man. Human beings have earth matter in their heads that has also been spiritualized to some degree, but they cannot take this earthly matter into the world in which they live between death and a new birth, for they would continually have to endure unspeakable, unbearable, devastating pain if they were to carry this spiritualized earth matter of the head into the spiritual world. The bird world, represented by the eagle, can do this, so that a connection is actually created between what is earthly and what is extra-earthly. Earthly matter is, as it were, gradually transformed into spirit, and bird creation has the task of giving over this spiritualized earthly matter to the universe. One can actually say that when the earth has reached the end of its existence, this earth matter will have been spiritualized, and that bird creation had its place in the whole economy of earthly existence for the purpose of taking this spiritualized earth matter back into spirit land. It is somewhat different with butterflies. The butterfly spiritualizes earthly matter to an even greater degree than the bird. The bird, after all, is much closer to the earth than the butterfly. I will explain this in detail later. Because the butterfly never actually leaves the region of the sun, it is in a position to spiritualize its matter to such a degree that it does not, like the bird, have to await its death, but even in life is continually restoring spiritualized matter to the environment of the earth, to the cosmic environment of the earth. Only think of the magnificence of all this in the whole cosmic economy. Picture the earth with the world of the butterflies fluttering around it in its infinite variety, continually sending out into world space the spiritualized earthly matter which this butterfly world yields up to the cosmos. Then with such knowledge we can contemplate the region of the butterfly world which encircles the earth with totally different feelings. We can look into this fluttering world and say, from you, O fluttering creatures, there streams out something even better than sunlight. You radiate spirit light into the cosmos. Our materialistic science pays but little heed to things of the spirit, and those who work with it therefore simply do not have the means of grasping these things, which are, nevertheless, part of the whole cosmic economy. They are there, just as the effects of physical activities are there. And they are even more real. For what thus streams out into spirit land will work on further when the earth has long passed away, whereas what is taught by the modern chemist and physicist will reach its end with the conclusion of the earth's existence. So that if some observer were to sit outside in the cosmos with a long period of time for observation, he would see something like a continual outstreaming into spirit land of matter which has become spiritualized, as the earth radiates its own being out into cosmic space. And he would see, like scintillating sparks that ever and again flash up into light, what the bird kingdom, what every bird after its death sends forth as glittering light, streaming out into the universe in the form of rays, a shimmering of the spirit light of the butterflies, and a sparkling of the spirit light of the birds. Such things as these should also make us realize that when we look up to the rest of the starry world, we should not think that from there too there only streams down what is shown by the spectroscope, or rather what is conjured into the spectroscope by the fantasy of the scientist using it. What streams down to earth from other worlds of the stars is just as much the product of living beings as what streams out from the earth into world space is the product of living beings. People look at a star and with the modern physicist picture it as something in the nature of an inorganic flame that has been lit, or something like that. This, of course, is absolute nonsense. For what we behold there is entirely the product of something imbued with life, imbued with soul, imbued with spirit. And now let us pass inward from this girdle of butterflies, if I may call it so, which encircles the earth, and return to the kingdom of the birds. If we call to mind something which is already known to us, we must picture three regions adjoining each other. Parenthesis, there are other regions above these, and again other regions below them. Close parenthesis. We have the light ether, and we have the heat ether, which, however, actually consists of two parts, of two layers, the one being the layer of heat from the earth, the other that of cosmic heat, and these continually play one into the other. Thus we have not only one but two kinds of heat, the one which is of earthly Tellurian origin, and the other of a kind which is of cosmic origin. These are always playing one into the other. Then bordering on the heat ether, there is the air. Below this would come water and earth, and above would come chemical ether and life ether. The world of the butterflies belongs more particularly to the light ether. It is the light ether itself which is the means whereby the power of the light draws forth the caterpillar from the butterfly's egg. Essentially, it is the power of the light which draws the caterpillar forth. This is not the case with the bird kingdom. The birds lay their eggs. These must now be hatched out by warmth. The butterfly's egg is simply given over to what is of the nature of the sun. The bird's egg comes into the region of warmth. It is in the region of the heat ether that the bird has its being, for it actually overcomes what is purely of the air. The butterfly too flies in the air, but fundamentally it is entirely a creature of the light. And as the air is permeated with light, the butterfly chooses not air, but light existence within this light and air existence. To the butterfly, the air is only what sustains it, the waves, as it were, on which it floats. But the butterfly's real element is the light. The bird flies in the air, but its element is the warmth in the air, the various temperature differentiations. And to a certain degree, it overcomes the air. Inwardly, too, the bird is to a high degree an air being. The bones of mammals and of human beings are filled with marrow. We shall speak later of why this is the case. The bones of a bird are hollow and are filled only with air. We consist, in so far as the content of our bones is concerned, of what is of the nature of marrow. A bird consists of air. And what is of the nature of marrow in us is simply air in the bird. If you take the lungs of a bird, you will find a whole quantity of sacs which project from the lungs. These are air sacs. When a bird inhales, it does not only breathe air into its lungs, but it breathes the air into these air sacs, and from there the air passes into the hollow bones. So that if one could remove the bird, from the bird, all its flesh and all its feathers, and also take away the bones, one would still have a creature composed of air, having the form of what inwardly fills out the lungs, and what inwardly fills out all the bones. Visualizing this purely as a form, you would actually get the form of a bird. Within the eagle of flesh and bone dwells an eagle of air. This is not only because within the eagle there is also an eagle of air, but the bird also breathes, and through its breathing it produces heat. This it imparts to the air in its body, pushing it into its entire limb system. Thus arises the difference in temperature as compared to its outer environment. The bird has its internal body temperature, as against the temperature in the surrounding atmosphere. In this difference of degree between the temperature of the outer air and the temperature which the bird imparts to its own air within itself, it is really in this that the bird lives and has its being. And if you could find a way of asking a bird how matters stand with its body, the bird's reply would make you realize, providing you understood bird language, that it regards its solid physical bones and other material adjuncts rather as you would regard luggage, as if you were loaded down with suitcases on the left and on the right, on your back and head. You would not call this luggage your body. In the same way, the bird, in speaking of itself, would only speak of the air, to which it has given warmth as its body, and of everything else as the luggage which it carries about with it in earthly existence. The bones that envelop the real body of the bird are its luggage. We are therefore certainly able to say that fundamentally the bird lives only and entirely in the element of warmth, and the butterfly in the element of light. For the butterfly, everything of the nature of physical substance which it spiritualizes is, before it is spiritualized, not even personal luggage, but more like furniture. It is even more remote from its real being. When we thus ascend to the creatures of these regions, we come to something which cannot be judged in a physical way. If we do judge it physically, it is rather as if we were to draw a person with his hair grown into the bundle he is carrying on his head, suitcases grown together with his arms and his back, with whatever he is carrying on his back, such as a rucksack, making him appear a perfect hunchback. If one were to draw a person in this way, it would actually correspond to the materialist's view of the bird. That is not the bird. It is the bird's luggage. The bird really feels encumbered by having to drag its luggage about, for it would like best to pursue its way through the world free and unencumbered, as a creature of warm air. For the bird, all else is a burden. And the bird pays its dues to world existence by spiritualizing this burden for it, sending it out into spirit land when it dies, while the butterfly already pays these dues during its lifetime. You see, a bird breathes and makes use of the air in the way I told you. It is otherwise with the butterfly. The butterfly does not in any way breathe by means of an apparatus such as the so-called higher animals possess. They are simply more bulky and not really higher. The butterfly breathes, in fact, only through tubes which pass inward from the outside of its body. These are somewhat dilated, so that it can store air during flight and is not inconvenienced by always having to breathe. The butterfly always breathes through tubes which pass into its interior. Because this is so, it can take up into its whole body, together with the air which it inhales, the light which is in the air. Here too a great difference is to be found. Let us represent this in a diagram. Picture to yourselves one of the higher animals, one with lungs. Into the lungs comes oxygen, and there it unites with the blood in its passage through the heart. In these more bulky animals, and also in man, the blood must flow into the heart and lungs in order to come in contact with oxygen. In the case of the butterfly, I must draw the diagram quite differently, in this way. If this is the butterfly, the tubes go in everywhere. They branch out inside. And the oxygen enters in everywhere and spreads itself out through the tubes. The air penetrates into the whole body. With us, and with the so-called higher animals, the air comes as far as the lungs as air only. In the case of the butterfly, the outer air is dispersed into the whole interior of the body with its content of light. The bird diffuses the air right into its hollow bones. The butterfly is not only a creature of light outwardly, but it diffuses the light, which is carried by the air into every part of its entire body, so that inwardly too the butterfly is composed of light. Just as I could characterize the bird as warmed inner air, so in fact is the butterfly composed entirely of light. Its body also consists of light, and for the butterfly, warmth is actually a burden, its luggage. It flutters about only and entirely in the light, and it is light only that it builds into its body. When we see butterflies fluttering in the air, we should really see them only as fluttering creatures of the light, rejoicing in their play of colors. All else is garment, is luggage. We must gain an understanding for what the creatures in the environment of the earth really consist of, for outward appearance is deceptive. People today who have superficially learned this or that of Oriental wisdom speak of the world as Maya. But to say that the world is Maya really implies nothing. One must have insight into the details of why it is Maya. We understand Maya when we know that the real nature of the bird in no way accords with what is to be seen outwardly, but that it is a creature of warm air. The butterfly is not at all what it appears to be, but what is seen fluttering about is a creature of the light, a creature that essentially consists of joy in the play of colors. This arises on the butterfly's wings through earthly dust substance being imbued with the element of color, and thus entering the first stage of its spiritualization, on a passage out into the spiritual universe, into the spiritual cosmos. You see, we have here, as it were, two levels. The butterfly, the inhabitant of the light ether in the earth environment, and the bird, the inhabitant of the warmth ether in the earth environment. And now comes the third level. When we descend to the level of the air, we come to the creatures that actually could not have existed at a certain period of our earth evolution. For instance, at the time when the moon had not yet separated from the earth but was still within it. Here we come to creatures that are certainly also creatures of the air, for they live in the air, but are in fact already strongly influenced by gravity, which is peculiar to the earth. The butterfly is completely untouched by Earth's gravity. It flutters joyfully in the light ether and feels itself to be a creature of that ether. The bird overcomes gravity by imbuing the air within it with warmth, thereby becoming a creature of warm air. And warm air is upborne by cold air. It still overcomes Earth's gravity. The creatures that by reason of their origin must still live in the air, but are unable to overcome Earth's gravity, because they have not hollow bones, but bones filled with marrow, and also because they do not have air sacs like the birds, these creatures are the bats. Bats are a quite remarkable order of animal life. In no way do they overcome the gravity of Earth through what is inside their bodies. They do not, like the butterflies, possess the weightlessness of light, or like the bird, the lightness of warmth. They are subject to Earth's gravity, and they experience themselves in their flesh and bone. Hence that element of which the butterfly consists, which is its whole sphere of life, the element of light, is disagreeable to bats. They like the twilight. Bats have to make use of the air, but they like the air best when it is not the bearer of light. They yield themselves up to the twilight. They are veritable creatures of the twilight. And bats can only maintain themselves in the air because they possess their somewhat caricature-like bat wings, which are not wings at all in the true sense, but membranes stretched between their elongated fingers, a kind of parachute. By means of these, they maintain themselves in the air. They overcome gravity by opposing to it a counterweight that in itself is related to gravity. Through this, however, they are completely yoked into the domain of earth forces. One could never construct the flight of a butterfly solely according to physical mechanical laws, nor could one do this for the flight of a bird. Things would never come out absolutely right. In their case, we must introduce something involving other laws of construction. But you can certainly construct the bat's flight according to earthly dynamics and mechanics. The bat does not like the light imbued air, but at the most only twilight air. And the bat also differs from the bird through the fact that the bird, when it looks about it, always has in view what is in the air. Even the vulture, when it steals a lamb, perceives it as though it were at the end of the air sphere. Looking down, it sees the lamb as if it were something painted onto the earth. And quite apart from this, it is no mere act of seeing. It is desire. What you would perceive if you took a proper look at the flight of the vulture directed toward the lamb is a veritable dynamic of intention, of volition, of desire. A butterfly sees everything that is on the earth as though in a mirror. To the butterfly, the earth is a mirror for what is in the cosmos. When you see a butterfly in the air, you have to realize that it ignores the earth, for it is just a mirror reflecting the cosmos. A bird does not see what belongs to the earth, but it sees what is in the air. The bat is the first of these creatures to perceive what it flies through or flies past. And because it does not like the light, it is unpleasantly affected by everything it sees. It can certainly be said that the butterfly and the bird see in a very spiritual way. The first creature, descending from above downward, that has to see in an earthly way. Let me read that again. The first creature, descending from above downward, that has to see in an earthly way, is disagreeably affected by this seeing. A bat dislikes seeing, and in consequence it has a kind of embodied anxiety, a fear of what it sees but does not want to see. And so it would like to flit past everything. It is obliged to see, yet is unwilling to do so. And thus it tries just to skirt past everything. And it is because it desires just to slip past everything that it is so wonderfully intent on listening. The bat is actually a creature which is continually listening to its own flight, lest this flight should be in any way endangered. Only look at the bat's ears. You can see from them that they are attuned to world fear. So they are, these bats' ears. They are quite remarkable structures, attuned to going softly through the world, attuned to world fear and anxiety. All this, you see, is only to be understood when the bat is studied in the context into which we have just placed it. Here, we must add something further. The butterfly continually imparts spiritualized matter to the cosmos. It is the darling of the Saturn influences. Now, call to mind how I described Saturn as the great bearer of the memory of our planetary system. The butterfly is closely connected with the capacity for memory in our planet. It is memory thoughts which live in the butterfly. The bird, this too I have already described, is entirely a head. And as it flies through the warmth-imbued air in world space, it is actually a thought in living flight. What we have within us as thoughts, and this also is connected with the warmth ether, is bird nature, eagle nature in us. The bird is the flying thought. But the bat is the flying dream, the flying dream picture of the cosmos. So we can say the earth is surrounded by fluttering butterflies. They are cosmic memory. By the kingdom of the birds, this is cosmic thinking. And by the bats, they are cosmic dream, cosmic dreaming. The flying dreams of the cosmos actually rush through space as bats. And as dreams love the twilight, so too does the cosmos love the twilight and send the bat through space. The enduring thoughts of memory, these we see embodied in the girdle of butterflies encircling the earth. Thoughts of the moment we see in the birds encircling the earth. And dreams in the environment of the earth fly about embodied as bats. And you will surely feel, if you enter deeply enough into their form, how much affinity there is between looking at a bat in this way and having a dream. One simply cannot look at a bat without the thought arising, I must be dreaming. That is really something which should not be there, something which is as much outside the other creations of nature as dreams are outside ordinary physical reality. So we can say, the butterfly sends spiritualized substance into spirit land during its lifetime. The bird sends it out after its death. Now, what does the bat do? During its lifetime, the bat gives off spiritualized substance, especially that spiritualized substance which exists in the stretched membrane between its separate fingers. But it does not give this over to the cosmos. It sheds it into the atmosphere of the earth. Thereby, beads of spirit, so to say, are continually produced in the atmosphere. Thus we find the earth to be surrounded by the continual glimmer of outstreaming spirit matter from the butterflies, and sparkling into this what comes from the dying birds, but also radiating back toward the earth. We find peculiar forms enclosed in the air where the bats give off what they spiritualize. Those are the spiritual formations which are always to be observed when one sees a bat in flight. In fact, a bat always has a kind of tail behind it, like a comet. The bat gives off spirit matter, but instead of sending it outward, it thrusts it back into the physical substance of the earth. It thrusts it back into the air. And just as one sees with the physical eye physical bats fluttering about, one can also see these corresponding spirit formations which emanate from the bats, rushing through the air. They rush through the spaces of the air. We know that air consists of oxygen, nitrogen, and other constituents, but this is not all. It also consists of the spirit emanations of bats. Strange and paradoxical as it may sound, this dream order of the bats send little specters out into the air, which then unite into a single mass. In geology, the matter below the earth, which is a rock mass of a soft consistency like porridge, is called magma. We might also speak of a spirit magma in the air, which comes from the emanations of bats. In ancient times, when an instinctive clairvoyance prevailed, people were very susceptible to this spirit magma, just as today many people are susceptible to what is of a more material nature, for instance, bad smells. This might certainly be regarded as something more common and ordinary, whereas in the ancient, instinctive time of clairvoyance, people were susceptible to the bat residue which is present in the air. They protected themselves against this. And in many of the mysteries, there were special formulas whereby people could inwardly shut themselves off, so that this bat residue might have no power over them. For as human beings, we do not only inhale oxygen and nitrogen with the air, we also inhale these bat residues. Modern people, however, are not interested in protecting themselves against these bat residues, for whereas in certain conditions they are highly sensitive, let us say to bad smells, they are highly insensitive to the bat residues. It can really be said that they swallow them down without feeling the least trace of repulsion. It is quite extraordinary that people who are otherwise quite fussy just swallow down what contains the stuff of which I have spoken. Nevertheless, this too enters into the human being. It does not enter into the physical or ether body, but it enters into the astral body. Yes, you see, we here find remarkable connections. Initiation science everywhere leads into the inner aspect of relationships. This bat residue is the most desirable food of what I have described in lectures here as the dragon. But this bat residue must first be breathed into the human being. The dragon finds his surest foothold in human nature when man allows his instincts to be imbued with these bat emanations. There they seethe. And the bat feeds on them and grows fat, in a spiritual sense, of course, gaining power over people, gaining power in the most manifold ways. This is something against which modern man must again protect himself. And the protection should come from what has been described here as the new form of Michael's fight with the dragon. The increase in inner strength which man gains when he takes up into himself the Michael impulse, as it has been described here in Dorna. This is his safeguard against the food that the dragon desires. This is his protection against the bat residue that is wrongfully in the atmosphere. If one has the will to penetrate into these inner cosmic connections, one must not shrink from facing the truths contained in them. For today, the generally accepted form of the search for truth does not in any way lead to anything real, but at most to something even less real than a dream, to Maya. Reality must of necessity be sought in the domain where all physical existence is regarded as interwoven with spiritual existence. We can only find our way to reality if we look at it the way it is now being done in these lectures. Everything good and everything evil is in some way or other connected with beings that are to be found somewhere. Everything is part of the great cosmic scheme of things, and its connection with other beings can be recognized. For the materialistically minded, butterflies flutter, birds fly, bats flit. But this can really be compared to what often happens with a not very artistic person who adorns the walls of his room with all manner of pictures which do not belong to each other, which have no inner connection. Thus, for the ordinary observer of nature, what flies through the world also has no inner connection, because he sees none. But everything in the cosmos has its own place, because from this place it has an inner relationship to the cosmos in its totality. Be it butterfly, bird, or bat, everything has its own meaning within the world order. As to those who today wish to scoff, let them scoff. Other things may be more worthy of ridicule. In the past, experts from renowned academic institutions declared that meteoric rocks could not exist because iron could not fall from heaven, and so on. Why then should people not also scoff at the functions of the bat about which I have spoken today? Such things, however, should not divert us from the task of imbuing our civilization with a knowledge of spiritual truths. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures in 4 parts by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being in the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, Collected Works, Volume 230, revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is the last lecture in the second part. The second part is entitled The Interconnection of World Phenomena and the Essential Nature of the World. This is Lecture 6, given on the 28th of October, 1923. Before we proceed to the study of the other members of the animal, plant, and mineral kingdoms, which are connected with man, we must first cast a glance at the development of man himself and call to mind various descriptions already familiar to us through books or lectures. This will give us the necessary overview. If we look to present-day science for instruction, we are usually told that it is necessary to investigate how the so-called higher forms of the plant, animal, and human kingdoms have evolved out of lifeless, so-called inorganic substances or forces. A true conception of evolution reveals something essentially different. It reveals, as you will have been able to gather from my title, Occult Science, that man in his present form is the being who has the longest evolution behind him, an evolution that goes back to the time of ancient Saturn. We must therefore say that man is the oldest creature within the evolution of our Earth. It was only during the sun period, old sun period, that animal nature was added, then during the old moon period, plant nature, and the mineral kingdom, as we know it today, is in fact an Earth product, something which was only added during the Earth period of evolution. Let us now consider man in his present form and ask ourselves, what part of man evolved earliest? It is the human head. This first evolved at a time when the Earth was in its Saturn metamorphosis. It is true that ancient Saturn consisted entirely of heat substance, and that the human head was then actually flowing, moving, surging heat. It then acquired gaseous form during the Old Sun period and fluid form during the Old Moon period, when it became a liquid flowing entity, and only during the Earth period did it receive the solid form with its bony parts. We must therefore say that a being of which it is difficult to gain a conception through today's external forms of knowledge existed during the time of ancient Saturn, and of this being, the human head is the descendant. And simultaneously with the formation of man's head, this can be gathered from my recent descriptions, simultaneously with the first beginnings of the human head during the Saturn period, the first beginnings of butterfly nature also came into existence. Later we shall make a more exact study of the nature of the other insects, but to begin with, let us stay with butterfly nature. When we follow the course of evolution from the ancient Saturn period until today, until Earth existence, we must say that at that time, the beginnings of the human head came into existence in a form of very delicate substance, and at the same time there arose everything which now flutters through the air, as the world of the butterflies. The two evolutionary paths proceeded further. Man developed his inner being, so that to an ever greater degree he manifested a soul nature and radiated outward from within. The butterfly, on the other hand, is a being on whose exterior the cosmos may be said to lavish all its beauties. The butterfly is a creature on which everything of beauty and majesty in the cosmos, as this has been described to you, has, as it were, alighted together with the dust on its wings. We must, therefore, picture butterfly nature as a mirror which reflects the beauties of the upper cosmos. The human being takes up into himself, encloses within himself, what is of the nature of the upper cosmos, and thus becomes inwardly ensouled. It is like a concentration of the cosmos, which then radiates outward, giving form to itself in the human head. So that in the human head we have something formed from within outward. But in the butterfly, we have something formed from outside in. Someone who sees these things with the eye of vision, EYE, learns something really tremendous if he sets to work in the following way. He says, I wish to fathom the mysteries, the most ancient mysteries, the old Saturn mysteries of the human head. I wish to know the true nature of the forces that have held sway inside the skull. He must then let his attention be directed to what is everywhere to be seen outside, to what everywhere streams inward from outside. To come to know the marvel that is your own head, study the marvels of how the butterfly came to be in the world of nature outside. This is the great lesson imparted by a study of the cosmos through spiritual observation. Evolution then proceeded from the old Saturn period to the old Sun period, and now a being came into existence, possessed of a further development, an air development, an air metamorphosis of the head. But to this there was added in very delicate substance what later became the organs of the chest, became the breathing apparatus and the heart of man. In old Saturn we still have essentially the metamorphosis that represents the human head. When we come to the old Sun period, we have the head and chest. For it was now that the part was added, which today is the human chest. At the same time, however, there already came into existence, in the later part of the old Saturn period and the earlier part of the old Sun period, what must now be seen as having its representative in the eagle. The bird kingdom arose in the first part of the old Sun period. And in the second part of the old Sun period, there arose the first rudiments of that kingdom of the animals, which are in fact chest animals, as for instance the lion, other chest animals too, but the lion is their representative. So that the first beginnings of these animals go back to the time of Old Sun. From this you can see what a stupendous difference exists when it comes to the evolution of even the higher animals and of man. In the future I shall still have to speak about the transitional animals, which include the apes, but today my intention is just to give a comprehensive overview. Footnote, see for example Steiner's lecture of 6 August 1924 entitled The Evolution of the Earth and Man, Anthroposophic Press, New York, 1987. End of footnote. You see what an immense difference exists between the development of man and the development of the higher animals. In the case of human evolution, it was the head which first took form. All the other organs are, as it were, appended. They may be said to have attached themselves to the formation of the head. In cosmic evolution, man's development proceeds from the head downward. On the other hand, the lion, for example, first came into existence during the Old Sun period as a chest animal, as an animal with a powerful breathing system, but with a head still very small and poorly developed. And only in later times, when the sun separated from the earth and then worked from outside, only then did the head develop out of the chest. Thus the development of the lion was such that it evolved from the chest upward, whereas the human being evolved from the head downward. This constitutes an immense difference in evolution as a whole. And when we now proceed to the old moon metamorphosis of the earth, because the old moon represented the water condition, because the old moon was fluid, though it certainly developed a horn-like substance in its later period, it was only then that the human being needed a further extension downward. The beginnings of the digestive system developed. During the Old Sun period, while man possessed only what was of the nature of air, undulating, scintillating with light, all he required for the purpose of nourishment was a breathing apparatus shut off from below. Man was a head and breathing organism. Now, during the moon period, during the old moon period, he acquired a digestive system, thereby becoming a being of head, chest, and abdomen. And because everything in the old moon was still watery substance, the human being had outgrowths during this old moon period which buoyed him up as he swam through the water. We can only speak of arms and legs during the earth period, when the force of gravity took effect, and the part developed that is primarily aligned to the lines of gravity, the limbs. This therefore belongs only to the earth period. During the old moon period, however, the digestive system was formed, though still quite differently constituted from what it was to be later on. For man's digestive apparatus did not as yet need to assimilate all that serves the free, independent mobility of the limbs. It was still an essentially different digestive system. This was later metamorphosed into the digestive apparatus appropriate to the earth. It was, however, during the old moon period that man first acquired his digestive system. And then it came about that to the descendants of the butterflies, of the birds and of such species as are represented by the lion, were added the animals that are predominantly designed for digestion. Thus, during the old moon period, we have the addition of the animals that are represented by the cow. How then did the development of the cow proceed in contrast to that of the human being? Here, matters were such that in this old moon period, it was first and foremost the cow's digestive apparatus that evolved. Then, after the moon had separated, the chest organs grew out from the digestive system, as did also the characteristically shaped head. Man began his development with the head, adding to this the chest, and finally the digestive organs. The lion began with the chest organs, adding to these the head, and then, during the old moon period, acquiring the digestive organs at the same time as man did. The animals represented by the cow had first as a primary beginning the digestive organs, and then growing out from these the organs of the chest and head. So you see, man grew from the head downward, the lion from the chest both up and downward, the cow grew from its digestive organs into chest and head, so that compared to the human being, it grew entirely in an upward direction and developed toward heart and head. That is what we see when we consider the evolution of the human being. Here the question naturally arises, is it only the cow which was, one can say, the companion thus associated with man's evolution? This is not entirely so. For whenever any kind of planetary metamorphosis takes place, the earlier creatures develop further, while at the same time new ones come into existence. The cow already came into being during the first phase of old moon metamorphosis. Then, however, other animals were added, and these had their earliest beginning in the last phase of the old moon metamorphosis. These could not, for example, take part in the departure of the moon, for it had already separated off. Nor could they participate in what this departure brought about, namely the drawing forth, as it were, from the cow's belly of the organs of heart and head. The creatures which made their appearance later remained at the stage which in man is focused in digestion, the stage which man carries with him in his abdomen. And just as the eagle and the butterflies are constituted in relation to the head, the lion in relation to the chest, the cow in relation to the abdomen, though it was also able to develop all the upper organs at a later period of evolution, so the amphibians and reptiles, such as toads, frogs, snakes, lizards, are related, if I may put it so, to the lower organs of the human being, those of the human digestive system. They are simply digestive organs which came into existence as animals. These last creatures appeared during the second old moon period in an extremely clumsy-looking form, and were in fact walking stomachs and entrails, walking stomachs and intestinal tubes. And only later, during the Earth period, did they also acquire a still not particularly distinguished-looking head system. Just look at frogs and toads, or at snakes. They came into existence as animals of digestion at a late period, at a time when man could only append his digestive apparatus to what he had already acquired during an earlier period. And in the Earth period, when man acquired his limbs under the influence of gravity and earth magnetism, the tortoises, we may take the tortoises as representative animals in this, stretched their head out beyond their armored shell in a manner more like an organ of the limb system than a head. And now we can understand how it is that in the case of the amphibians and reptiles, the head is formed in such an uncouth way. Its form is such that one really has the feeling, and rightly so, that here one passes directly from the mouth into the stomach. There is hardly anything in between. When we study man in this way and relate his animal companions to the different aspects of his nature, we must assign what is comprised in the reptiles and amphibians to the human activity of digestion. And one can actually say, just as man carries around in his intestines the products of his digestion, so does the cosmos carry around, indirectly by way of the earth, toads, snakes, and frogs in the cosmic intestine, which it created for itself in the watery, earthly element of the earth. On the other hand, all that is more connected with human reproduction, which appeared in its earliest beginnings in the very last phase of the moon period, and only developed fully during the earth metamorphosis, was this the fishes, with this the fishes are related, the fishes and still lower animals. So that we have to regard the fishes as late arrivals in evolution, as creatures that only joined the company of the other animals at a time when man added his organs of reproduction to those of digestion. The snake is the intermediary between the organs of reproduction and digestion. Rightly viewed in regard to human nature, what does the snake represent? It represents what is known as the renal tubule. It originated in world evolution at the same time as the renal tubule developed in man. Thus we can actually follow the way the human being, beginning with the head, grew downward, how the earth drew forth from him the limbs and made them its servants, so that these limbs are within the earth equilibrium of gravity and magnetic forces. And simultaneously with this downward growth, the different classes of the animals took form. You see, this gives us a true picture of the evolution of the earth and its creatures. And in accordance with this evolution, these creatures have developed in such a way that they present themselves to us as they are today. When you look at the butterflies and the birds, you certainly have earthly forms. But you know from what has been said before that the butterfly is really a light being, and earthly substance has, as it were, only alighted on it. If the butterfly itself could tell you what it is, it would announce to you that it has a body made of light, and that, as I have already said, it carries about what has alighted on it in the way of earthly matter, like luggage, like something external to itself. Similarly, one can say that the bird is a creature of warm air, for the true bird is the warm air that is diffused throughout its body. All else is its luggage, which it carries with it through the world. These creatures, which even today have still preserved their nature of light and warmth, and are really only clothed with a terrestrial and earthly, a watery vestment, were the very earliest to arise in the whole of earth evolution. Their very forms can remind anyone who is able to look back to the time which man passed through in the spiritual world, before his descent into earthly life, of occurrences in the spiritual world. Certainly they are earthly forms, for earthly matter has alighted on them. If we conceive rightly the hovering, swooping creature of the light that is the real butterfly, thinking away everything of an earthly nature which has alighted on it, if we think away from the bird everything of earth which has alighted on it, if we picture the assembly of forces which makes of the bird a creature of warm air, with its plumage in reality just shining rays, if we imagine all this, then these creatures, which only look as they do and are the size they are because of their outer vestment, remind the seer who knows what the nature of the human being was before the descent to earth of that human descent. Then one who can thus gaze into the spiritual world says to himself, the butterflies and the birds remind us of the spirit forms among which men dwelt before he descended to earth, of the beings of the higher hierarchies. Looked at with understanding, butterflies and birds are a memory, transformed into miniature and metamorphosed, of the forms that man had around him as spirit forms before he descended into earth evolution. Because earth substance is heavy and must be overcome, the butterflies contract into miniature, the gigantic form which is in reality theirs. If you could separate from a butterfly everything of the everything of the nature of earth substance, it would be able, as spirit being, as a creature of the light, to expand to archangelic form. In the creatures that inhabit the air, we have the earthly images of spiritual forms that exist in higher regions. This is why in the time of instinctive clairvoyance, it was the natural thing in artistic creation to derive from the forms of the winged creatures the symbolic form, the pictorial form of the beings of the higher hierarchies. This has its inner justification. Essentially, the physical forms of butterflies and birds are really the physical metamorphoses of spiritual beings. It is not the spiritual beings themselves which have undergone metamorphosis, but these forms are their metamorphosed images. They are, of course, different beings. You will therefore also find it understandable that I return to something which I have already discussed, and I again draw what follows in a diagram. I told you that the butterfly, which is essentially a creature of the light, continually sends spiritualized earth matter out into the cosmos during its lifetime. I'd like to call this spiritualized earth substance, which is sent out into the cosmos, borrowing a term customary in solar physics, the butterfly corona. That is how the butterfly corona continually radiates out into the cosmos. But into this butterfly corona radiates what the bird kingdom yields up to the cosmos every time a bird dies, so that the spiritualized matter from the bird kingdom radiates into the corona and out into the cosmos. Thus, in spiritual perception, one beholds a shimmering corona emanating from the butterfly kingdom. Certain laws allow this to continue in winter also. And in a more ray-like form, introduced into it, one beholds what streams out from the birds. You see, when the human being has the impulse to descend from the spiritual world to the physical world, it is the butterfly corona, this remarkable outstreaming of spiritualized earth substance, which first calls him into earthly existence. Got to read that again. You see, when the human being has the impulse to descend from the spiritual world to the physical world, it is the butterfly corona, this remarkable outstreaming of spiritualized earth substance, which first calls him into earthly existence. And the rays of the bird corona are experienced more as forces that enter into the corona. Now you perceive an even higher significance in what has its life in the encircling air. We must look for the spiritual in everything that is alive and active within reality. And it is only when one looks for the spiritual that one comes to the significance of various different species and spheres of being. The earth entices man back into incarnation by sending forth into world space the shining radiance of the butterfly corona and the rays of the bird corona. These call man back again into a new earthly existence after he has spent a certain period of time between death and rebirth in the purely spiritual world. It is therefore not to be wondered at if man finds it difficult to unravel the complex feelings which he rightly experiences when beholding the world of the butterflies and the birds. For the true reality of these dwells deep in the subconscious. What really works in them is the remembrance of a longing for new earthly existence. This again is connected with something I have often spoken of, namely that the human being, when he has departed from the earth through the portal of death, actually disperses his head, and that then the remainder of his organism, naturally in regard to its forces, not in regard to its matter, becomes metamorphosed into the head of his next earthly existence. Thus man is striving toward his head when he is striving toward his descent. And it is the head which is the first part of the human embryo to develop in a form which already resembles the later human form. All this has to do with the fact that this directing of development toward the head is intimately connected with what works and moves in the world of the flying creatures, by means of which man is drawn out of supersensible into sensible existence. Footnote, see also Rudolf Steiner's lecture on, quote, cosmic formative forces in relation to the hierarchies, close quote, Dornoch, 16th of July, 1921. That's found in the Collected Works, volume 205. End of footnote. The human being, therefore, first acquires his head organization during the embryonic period. After this, the digestive organization and so forth develops out of earthly existence, and it does so inside the mother's body. Just as the upper part, the development of the head, is connected with what is of the nature of warmth and air, with the warmth-light element, so what is now added during the embryonic period is connected with the element of earth and fluid. It follows the same pattern as the parts appended during the later stages of human evolution. The element of earth and fluid must, however, be prepared in a quite special way, and this has to be in the mother's body. If it evolved separately, scattered over the earthly world outside, it would develop into lower animal forms, such as amphibians and reptiles, or into fishes and even lower animals. The butterfly rightly regards itself as a creature of the light. The bird is a being of warm air. But this is impossible for the lower animals, amphibians, reptiles, and fishes. Let us first consider the fishes as they are today, as they come into existence subject to external forces that work on them from the outside, whereas they work on man from inside. A fish lives primarily in the element of water, but water is certainly not just the combination of hydrogen and oxygen, which it is for the chemist. Water is permeated by all kinds of cosmic forces. Stellar forces also enter into it. No fish would be able to live in water if it were merely a homogeneous combination of hydrogen and oxygen. Just as the butterfly feels itself to be a creature of the light and the bird a creature of warm air, so the fish feels itself to be a creature of earth and water. It does not feel the actual water which it absorbs to be part of its own being. A bird does feel the air which it inhales to be part of its own being. Thus the bird actually feels the air that enters into it and is everywhere diffused through it as its own being. This air which is diffused through the bird and warmed by it, this is its being. The fish has water within it, yet it does not feel itself to be water. The fish feels itself to be what encloses the water, what surrounds the water. It feels itself to be the glittering shell or vessel enclosing the water. But the water itself is felt by the fish to be an element foreign to it, which passes in and out, and in doing so also provides the air which the fish needs. Yet air and water are felt by the fish as something foreign. In its physical nature, the fish experiences the water as something foreign to it. But the fish also has its ether and astral bodies. And it is just this which is the remarkable thing about the fish, because it really experiences itself as a vessel and feels that the water this vessel encloses remains connected with all the rest of the watery element. The fish experiences the ether to be the element in which it actually lives. It does not feel the astral as something belonging to it. Thus the fish has the peculiar characteristic that it is so entirely a creature of the ether. It feels itself as the physical vessel for the water. It feels the water within itself as part and parcel with all the waters of the world. Fluid continues on into every part of it, as it were. Fluid is everywhere. And in this wetness, the fish at the same time experiences the ether. For earthly life, fishes are certainly dumb. But if they could speak and tell you what they feel, they would say, quote, "I am a vessel." But the vessel contains the all-pervading element of water, which is the bearer of the element of ether. I am really swimming in the ether, close quote. The fish would say, quote, water is only Maya. The reality is the ether. And it is in this that I really swim, close quote. Thus the fish feels its life to be at one with the life of the earth. This is the peculiar thing about the fish. It feels its life as the life of the earth, and therefore takes an intimate part in everything which the earth experiences during the course of the year. Experiencing the outgoing of the etheric forces in summer, the withdrawing of etheric forces in winter, the fish experiences something which breathes within the whole earth. The fish perceives the etheric element as the breathing process of the earth. Dr. Wachsmuth once spoke here about the breathing of the earth. This was a very beautiful description. If a fish had learned the art of lecturing, it would have given the very same lecture here out of its own experience. For it perceives everything that was described in this lecture from having itself participated in all the phenomena in question. The fish is the creature which takes part in quite an extraordinary way in the breathing life of the earth during the cycle of the year. Because what is important for the fish is the element of life, the ether that surges out and in, drawing all other aspects of breathing with it. It is otherwise with the reptiles and with the amphibians, with the frogs, for instance, which are remarkably characteristic in this respect. They are not so much connected with the ether in the cosmos. They are connected more with the astral element. If one were to ask a fish, quote, what exactly is your situation? Close quote, it would answer, quote, well, yes, here on earth I have become an earthly creature, made out of the element of earth and water, but my real life is the life of the whole earth with its cosmic breathing. Close quote. This is not so with the frog. Here matters are essentially different. The frog shares in the astrality that is to be found everywhere. In regard to the plants, I told you, and I shall speak further of this, how the astrality of the cosmos touches the flower. The frog is connected with this astrality, with what may be called the astral body of the earth, just as the fish is connected with the earth's ether body. The fish possesses its astrality more for itself. The frog possesses its ether body very much for itself, much more so than the fish. But the frog lives in the general astrality. It shares particularly in the astral processes that occur in the cycle of the year, when the earth brings its astrality into play in the evaporation of water and its recondensation. Here the materialistically minded person naturally says that the evaporation of water is caused by aerodynamic, or if you will, aeromechanical forces of one kind or another. These cause the ascent. Drops are formed, and when they become heavy enough, they fall downward. But this is almost as though one were to put forward a similar theory about the circulation of the human blood, without taking into consideration the fact that everything is full of life in the circulation of the blood. In the same way, the astral atmosphere of the earth's astrality, lives in the circulation of water as it goes up and goes down again, and comes down again. And I am telling you no fairy tale when I say that it is just the frogs. This is also the case with the other amphibians, but to a less pronounced degree, that live in this play of astrality which manifests in weather conditions, in meteorology. It is not only that frogs are used, as you know, in a simple, easy way to foretell the weather, but they experience this astral play so wonderfully because their own astrality places them right into the astrality of the earth. The frog does not even say, quote, I have a feeling, close quote. It is merely the bearer of the feelings that the earth has in wet spells, in dry spells, and so on. This is also why in certain weather conditions you have the more or less beautiful or ugly frogs' concerts. But this is the frog's way of expressing what they experience in conjunction with the astral body of the earth. They actually do not croak unless they are moved to do so by what comes from the whole cosmos. They live with the astrality of the earth. So we can say that the creatures that live in the element of earth and moisture also have more of a living experience of the earth. Earthly life conditions in the case of the fish, and earthly feeling conditions in the case of the frog, and reptiles and amphibians in general. Again, if we wish to study the human digestive organism, we must say that it has developed from within and on this particular pattern. However, if we really wish to study how it functions, we must turn to the world of amphibians and reptiles, for the forces with which the human being imbues his digestive apparatus comes to them from outside. The same forces by means of which man digests are used by the outer cosmos, by outer nature, to produce snakes, toads, lizards, and frogs. And whoever wishes to make a real study, forgive me, but there is nothing ugly in nature. Everything must be considered objectively. Whoever wishes to study the inner nature of, let us say, the human colon with its powers of excretion, must study the toads in outer nature. For there comes to the toads from outside what works in the same pattern, but from within outward in the human colon. Certainly this does not lend itself to such beautiful descriptions as what I had to say about the butterflies, but everything in nature must be viewed with objective impartiality. In this way, you see, you also gain a picture of how the earth shares in the life of the cosmos. Turn your attention to what may be called the earth's excretory organs. The earth excretes not only the nearly lifeless products of human excretion, but it also excretes what is living. And among its actual excretions are the toads. In them the earth rids itself of what it is unable to use. From all this you can see how outer nature always corresponds to what is within us. Anyone who says, quote, "No mind has been created that penetrates the inner life of nature," close quote, simply does not know that the inner life of nature is to be found everywhere in the outside world. We can study the entire human being in regard to his inner nature if we understand what is alive and active outside in the cosmos. We can study the human being from head to limb system if we study what is present in the outside world. World and man belong together in every respect, and one can even represent this in a diagram. We draw the circumference or periphery of a large circle. Its power is concentrated in a point. The periphery gives rise to a smaller circle inside. The point at the center radiates outward to create the same form. The smaller periphery in turn generates an even smaller circle. The power inside again radiates outward to create the same form. The new periphery creates a further one, and again the human being radiates outward. Thus the outer aspect of the human being comes into contact with the inner nature of the cosmos. At the point where our senses come in contact with the world, the part of us that has gone out from the inner center comes in contact with what in the cosmos has entered from the periphery. In this sense, man is a small world, a microcosm in relation to the macrocosm. But he contains all the wonders and secrets of the macrocosm, only in a reversed evolutionary direction. It would be something very adverse to the further evolution of the earth if things were only as I have so far described them. Then the earth would excrete the toads and would one day perish, just as physical man must perish, without any continuation. So far, however, we have only considered man's connection with the animals, and have built only a tentative bridge to plant nature. We shall now have to penetrate further into the plant world, and then into the mineral world. And we shall see how the mineral world arose during the Earth period. How, for instance, the rock formations of our primary mountains were laid down bit by the plants, and how bit by bit the limestone mountains were laid down by the animals that came later. The mineral kingdom is the deposit of the plant and animal kingdom. and it is mainly the deposit of the lowest animals. The toads do not contribute very much to the mineral element of the earth. The fishes, too, comparatively little. But the lower animals and the plants contribute a very great deal. The lower creatures, those plated with siliceous and calcareous armor or calcareous shells, deposit what they have first created out of their own animal or plant natures, and the mineral then disintegrates. And when this mineral substance disintegrates, a power of the highest order takes hold of just these products of mineral disintegration, and from them builds up new worlds. The mineral element in any particular place can become of all things the most important. When we follow the course of Earth evolution, heat state, airy state, watery state, mineral earthly state, the human head has participated in all these metamorphoses. The mineral metamorphosis initially on the outside, in the decaying skeleton of the head, though this still retains a certain vitality. But the human head has participated in the earthly mineral metamorphosis in a way which is even more apparent. In the center of the human head, within the structure of the brain, there is an organ shaped like a pyramid, the pineal body. This gland, situated in the vicinity of the superior colliculi, corpora quadrigemina, and the optic thalamus, secretes out of itself the so-called brain sand, minute lemon-yellow stones which lie in little heaps at one end of the pineal body, and which are truly the mineral element in the human head. If they do not lie there, if a human being does not have this brain sand, this mineral element within him, he becomes mentally retarded. In the case of normal people, the pineal gland is comparatively large. In the mentally retarded, pineal bodies have been found which are actually no larger than hemp seeds. These cannot secrete brain sand. It is actually in this mineral deposit that the spirit man is anchored. And this immediately shows that what is living cannot harbor the spirit, but that the spirit in man needs something non-living as its center, which means that above all else, it must be a spirit with independent life. A beautiful progression has taken us from butterfly and head development and bird and head development all the way down to the reptiles and fishes. We will now reascend and study what will give us as much satisfaction as the succession of animals, the succession of plants, and that of minerals. And just as we have been able to learn about the past from the succession of animals, so shall we be able to derive hope for the future of the earth from the succession of minerals. At the same time, it will of course still be necessary in the following lectures to enter into the nature of transitional animals from the most varied aspects. For in this survey, I have only been able to touch on the animals of principal significance, which, so to say, appear as the key points of evolution. That is the end of Lecture 6 and the end of Part 2 of the 4 parts of this lecture series. And this Part 2 was called The Interconnection of World Phenomena and the Essential Nature of the World. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. All these translations are available through steinerbooks.org or rudolfsteinerpress.com. Please consider patronizing those organizations. They provide the translations for Steiner that we get to hear here. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being, and the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, Collected Works, Volume 230, 12 lectures, revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is beginning of Part 3, entitled The Plant World and the Elemental Nature Spirits. This is Lecture 7. given on the 2nd of November, 1923. To the outwardly perceptible, visible world, there belongs the invisible world, and these, taken together, form a whole. The marked degree to which this is the case first appears in its full clarity when we turn our attention away from the animals to the plants. Plant life, as it sprouts and springs forth from the earth, immediately arouses our delight, but it also provides access to something which we must feel to be full of mystery. In the case of the animal, though, certainly its will and whole inner activity have something of the mysterious. We nevertheless recognize that this will is actually there, and is the cause of the animal's form and outer characteristics. But in the case of the plants, which appear on the face of the earth in such magnificent variety of form, which develop in such a mysterious way out of the seed with the help of earth and the surrounding air, in the case of the plant, we feel that some other factor must be present in order that this plant world may arise in the form it does. When spiritual vision is directed to the plant world, we are immediately led to a whole host of beings which were known and recognized in the old times of instinctive clairvoyance, but which were afterward forgotten and today remain only as names used by the poet, names to which modern man ascribes no reality. To the same degree, however, in which we deny reality to the beings that flit so busily around the plants, to that degree do we lose understanding of the plant world. This understanding of the plant world, which, for instance, would be so necessary for the practice of medicine, has been entirely lost to present-day humanity. We have already recognized a very significant connection between the world of plants and the world of butterflies. But this too will only really come alive for us when we look yet more deeply into the whole range of activities and processes that go on in the plant world. Plants send down their roots into the ground. Anyone who can observe what they really send down and can perceive the roots with spiritual vision, for this he must have, sees how the root is everywhere surrounded by the activities of elemental nature spirits. And these elemental spirits, which an old clairvoyant perception designated as gnomes, and which we may call the root spirits, can actually be studied through imagination and inspiration, just as human life and animal life can be studied in the physical world. We can look into the soul nature of these elemental spirits, into this world of the spirits of the roots. The root spirits are quite special earth folk, invisible at first to outer view, but in their effects so much the more visible. For no root could develop if it were not for what is mediated between the root and the earth realm by these remarkable root spirits, which bring the mineral element of the earth into flux in order to conduct it to the roots of plants. I am, of course, referring to the underlying spiritual process. These root spirits, which are everywhere present in the earth, get a quite particular sense of well-being from rocks and from ores, which may be more or less transparent and also contain metallic elements. They have the greatest feeling of well-being in this sphere because it is the place where they belong, where they are conveying what is mineral to the roots of the plants. And they are filled with an inner spirituality that we can only compare to the inner spirituality of the human eye, EYE, and the human ear. For these root spirits are, in their spiritual nature, entirely sense. Apart from this, they are nothing at all. They consist only of sense. They are entirely sense. And it is a sense which is at the same time intellect, which does not only see and hear, but immediately understands what is seen and heard. It not only receives impressions, but everywhere also receives ideas. We can even indicate the way in which these root spirits receive their ideas. We see a plant sprouting out of the earth. The plant enters, as I shall presently show, into connection with the extraterrestrial universe. And particularly at certain seasons of the year, spiritual currents flow from above, from the flower and the fruit of the plant, down into the root, streaming into the earth. And just as we turn our eyes toward the light and see, so do the root spirits turn their faculty of perception toward what trickles downward from above, through the plant, into the earth. What trickles down toward the root spirits is something which the light has sent into the flowers, which the heat of the sun has sent into the plants, which the air has produced in the leaves, which the distant stars have brought about in creating the plant form. The plant gathers the secrets of the universe, sends them into the ground, and the gnomes take these secrets into themselves, from what trickles down spiritually to them through the plants. And because the gnomes, particularly from autumn on and through the winter, in their wanderings through ore and rock, bear with them what has trickled down to them through the plants, they are the beings within the earth which carry the ideas of the whole universe on their streaming, wandering journey through the earth. We look out into the wide world. The world has been built of the spirit of the universe. It embodies the it embodies the ideas of the universe, of the spirit of the universe. Through the plants, which to them are the same as rays of light are to us, the gnomes take in the ideas of the universe and carry them in full consciousness from metal to metal, from rock to rock within the earth. We gaze down into the depths of the earth, not to seek there below for abstract ideas about some kind of mechanical laws of nature, but to behold the roving, wandering gnomes, which are the light-filled preservers of cosmic reason within the earth. These gnomes have immediate understanding of what they see. Their knowledge is of a similar nature to that of man, but they are the epitome of intellect. They are nothing but intellect. Everything about them is intellect, but an intellect so universal that they look down on human reason as something imperfect. The gnomes laugh us to scorn on account of the groping, struggling intellect with which we manage to grasp one thing or another, whereas they have no need at all to think things out. They have direct perception of what is sensible and intelligent in the world. And they are particularly ironical when they notice the efforts people have to make to come to this or that conclusion. Why should they do this, say the gnomes? Why ever should people give themselves so much trouble to think things over? We know everything we look at. People are so stupid, say the gnomes, for they must first think things over. Gnomes can actually be ironical, to the point of ill manners if one speaks to them of logic. For why ever should people need such a superfluous thing, a training in thinking? The thoughts are already there. The ideas flow through the plants. Why don't people stick their noses into the earth, down to the depth of the plant's roots, and let what the sun says to the plants trickle down into their noses? Then they would know something. But with logic, say the gnomes, one can only have odd bits and pieces of knowledge. Thus the gnomes are actually the bearers of the ideas of the universe, of the cosmos, inside the earth. But for the earth itself, they have no liking at all. They flit about in the earth with cosmic ideas, but they actually hate what is earthly. This is something from which the gnomes would best like to escape. Nevertheless, they remain with the earthly. You will soon see why this is so, but they hate it, for the earthly threatens them with continual danger. The earth continually holds over them the threat of forcing them to take on particular shapes. The configuration of the creatures I described to you in the last lecture, the amphibians, and in particular of frogs and toads. The feeling of the gnomes within the earth is really this: if we grow too strongly together with the earth, we shall assume the form of frogs or toads. They are continually on the alert to avoid being caught up too strongly in the earth and be forced to take on such an earthly form. They are always on the defensive against this earthly form, which threatens them in the element in which they exist, as I have described. They have their home in the element of earth and moisture. There they live under the constant threat of being forced into amphibian forms. From this they continually tear themselves free by filling themselves entirely with ideas of the extraterrestrial universe. The gnomes are really the element within the earth which represents the extraterrestrial, because they must continually avoid growing together with the earthly. Otherwise, they would individually take on the forms of the amphibian world. And it is just from what I may call this feeling of hatred, this feeling of antipathy toward the earthly, that the gnomes gain the power of driving the plants up from the earth. With the fundamental force of their being, they unceasingly thrust away from the earthly. And it is this thrust that determines the upward direction of plant growth. They impel the plants along with them. The antipathy that the gnomes have to anything earthly causes the plant to have only its roots in the earth and then grow out of the earth. In fact, the gnomes force the plants out of their true original form and make them grow upward and out of the earth. Once the plant has grown upward, once it has left the domain of the gnomes and has passed out of the sphere of the element of moist earth into the sphere of moist air, the plant develops what comes to outer physical form in the leaves. Other beings are at work now in everything that goes on in the leaves. Water spirits, elemental spirits of the watery element, to which an earlier instinctive clairvoyance gave the name of undines, among others. Just as we found gnome beings flitting busily around the roots, we see close to the soil these water beings, these elemental beings of the water, these undines, who observe with pleasure the upward striving growth that the gnomes have produced. These undine beings differ in their outer nature from gnomes. They cannot turn outward toward the universe like a spiritual sense organ. They can only yield themselves up to the movement and activity of the whole cosmos in the element of air and moisture, and they therefore do not have the clarity of mind that the gnomes have. They dream incessantly, these undines, but their dream is at the same time their own form. They do not hate the earth as intensely as do the gnomes, but they have a sensitivity to what is earthly. They live in the etheric element of water, swimming and floating in it. They are highly sensitive to anything in the nature of a fish, for the fish's form is a threat to them. They do assume it from time to time, though only to forsake it immediately in order to take on another metamorphosis. They dream their own existence. And in dreaming their own existence, they bind and release. They bind and separate the substances of the air, which in a mysterious way they introduce into the leaves. They take these substances to the plants that the gnomes have thrust upward. The plants would wither at this point if it were not for the undines, who approach from all sides. And as they move around the plants in their dreamlike consciousness, they prove to be what we can only call world chemists. The undines dream the binding and releasing of substances. and this dream through which the plant exists, into which it grows when, developing upward, it leaves the ground. This undine dream is the world chemist inducing the mysterious combining and separation of substances in the plant world, starting in the leaf. We can therefore say that the undines are the chemists of plant life. They dream of chemistry. They possess an exceptionally delicate spirituality, which is really in its element just where water and air come into contact with each other. The undines live entirely in the element of moisture, but they feel their own inner satisfaction when they come to the surface of something watery, be it only a drop of water or something else of a watery nature. For their whole endeavor lies in preserving themselves from totally assuming the form of a fish, the permanent form of a fish. They wish to remain in a state of metamorphosis, in a state of eternal, endlessly continuing changeability. But in this state of changeability, in which they dream of the stars and of the sun, of light and of heat, they become the chemists who now, starting from the leaf, continue with the further development of the plant form that has been thrust upward by the gnomes. So the plant develops its leaf growth, and this mystery is now revealed as the dream of the undines into which the plants grow. To the same degree, however, in which the plant grows into the dream of the undines, it now enters into another domain higher up, into the domain of the spirits which live in the element of air and warmth. Just as the gnomes live in that of earth and moisture, and the undines in the element of air and moisture, in the element of air and warmth live the beings which an earlier clairvoyant faculty called the sylphs. Because air is everywhere imbued with light, these sylphs living in the element of air and warmth press toward the light and become related to it. They are particularly susceptible to more delicate but more widespread movements within the atmosphere. When in spring or autumn you see a flock of swallows, which produce vibrations in a body of air as they fly along, creating a current of air, this moving air current, and this holds good for every bird, is something the sylphs can hear. Cosmic music is what they hear from it. If, let us say, you are traveling somewhere by ship and the seagulls are flying toward it, their flight sets in motion spiritual sounds, a spiritual music that accompanies the ship. Again, it is the sylphs which unfold and develop their being within this sounding music, finding themselves at home in the moving current of air. It is in this spiritually sounding, moving element of air that they find themselves at home. And at the same time, they absorb what the power of light sends into these vibrations of the air. Because of this, the sylphs, which experience existence more or less in a state of sleep, feel most in their element, most at home, where birds are winging through the air. If a sylph is obliged to flit through air devoid of birds, it feels as though it had lost itself. But at the sight of a bird in the air, something quite special comes over the sylph. I have often had to describe a certain event in human life, the event which leads the human soul to address itself as I, capital. And I have always drawn attention to the statement made by Jean Paul that when a human being first arrives at the conception of his I, it is as though he looks into the most deeply veiled, holy of holies of his soul. A sylph does not look into any such veiled holy of holies of its own soul. But when it sees a bird, a feeling of ego comes over it. The sylph feels its ego through what the bird sets in motion as it flies through the air. And because this is so, because its ego is kindled in it from outside, the sylph becomes the bearer of cosmic love through the atmosphere. It is because the sylph embodies something like a human wish, but does not have its ego within itself, but in the bird kingdom, that it is at the same time the bearer of wishes of love through the universe. Thus we behold the deepest sympathy between the sylphs and the bird world. The gnome hates the amphibian world. The undine is sensitive to fishes, is unwilling to approach them, seeks to avoid them, and feels a kind of horror for them. The sylph, on the other hand, is attracted toward birds, and has a sense of well-being when it can waft toward their feathered flight the floating air filled with sound. And were you to ask a bird from whom it learns to sing, you would hear that its inspirer is the sylph. Sylphs feel a sense of pleasure in the bird's form. They are, however, prevented by the cosmic order from becoming birds, for they have another task. Their task is lovingly to convey light to the plant. And just as the undine is the chemist for the plant, so is the sylph the light bearer. The sylph imbues the plant with light. It bears light into the plant. Through the fact that the sylphs bear light into the plant, something quite remarkable is brought about. You see, the sylph is continually carrying light into the plant. The light, that is to say, the power of the sylphs in the plant, works on the chemical forces that were induced in the plant by the undines. Here occurs the interworking of the sylph's light and the undine's chemistry. This is a remarkable molding and shaping activity. With the help of the upstreaming substances which are worked on by the undines, the sylphs weave an ideal plant form out of the light. They actually weave the archetypal plant within the plant from light and from the chemical working of the undines. And when, toward autumn, the plant withers and everything of physical substance disperses, then these forms of the plants begin to trickle downward. And now the gnomes perceive them, perceive what the world, the sun through the sylphs, the air through the undines, has brought to pass in the plant. This the gnomes perceive, and throughout the entire winter they are engaged in perceiving below what has trickled down into the soil from the plants. Down there they grasp world ideas in the plant forms which have been given shape and form with the help of the sylphs, and which now enter into the soil in their spiritual ideal form. People who regard the plant as something material will of course know nothing of this spiritual ideal form. Thus at this point a colossal error, a terrible error, appears in materialistic observation of the plant. I'll give you a brief outline of this. Everywhere you will find that in materialistic science, matters are described as follows. The plant takes root in the ground. Above the ground it develops its leaves, and finally its flowers, and within the flowers the stamens, then the carpel. The pollen from the anthers, usually from another plant, is taken over to the stigma. The carpel is fertilized, and through this the seed of the new plant is produced. That is the usual way of describing it. Footnote: a structure at the heart of the flower, consisting of the ovary containing the ovules and the style bearing the stigma. This is all what a carpel is. In botanical works, usually referred to as the, quote, female reproductive organ of flowering plants, close quote, translator, and that's the carpel. End of footnote. The carpel is regarded as the female element, and what comes from the stamens as the male. Indeed, matters cannot be regarded otherwise, as long as people remain bound to materialism. For then this process really does look like fertilization. This, however, it is not. In order to gain insight into the process of fertilization, that is to say, the process of reproduction in the plant world, we must be conscious that in the first place, the plant form arises through the work of those great chemists, the undines, and the work of the sylphs. This is the ideal plant form, which goes down into the ground and is kept safely by the gnomes. It is there, below this plant form. And there, within the earth, it is now guarded by the gnomes after they have seen and perceived it. The earth becomes the womb for what thus trickles downward. This is something quite different from what is described in materialistic science. Up here, there's a drawing, after it has passed through the sphere of the sylphs, the plant enters the sphere of elemental fire spirits. These inhabit the element of heat and light. When the warmth of the earth is at its height, or has reached a sufficient level, it is gathered up by the fire spirits. Just as the sylphs gather up the light, so do the fire spirits gather up the warmth and carry it into the flowers of the plant. Undines carry the action of chemical ether into the plants, sylphs the action of light ether into the flowers. And the pollen provides what may be called little airships that enable the fire spirits to carry warmth into the seed. Everywhere warmth is collected with the help of the stamens, and is carried by means of the pollen from the anthers to the seeds and the carpel. And what is formed here in the carpel, in its entirety, is the male element that comes from the cosmos. It is not a case of the carpel being female and the anthers of the stamens being male. In no way does fertilization occur in the flower, but only the pre-forming of the male seed. Fertilization occurs when the cosmic male seed, which fire spirits in the flower take from the warmth of the universe, is brought together with the female principle that has trickled down into the soil as an ideal element at an earlier stage, as I've described, and is resting there. For plants, the earth is the mother, the heavens the father. And all that takes place outside the domain of the earth is not the maternal womb for the plant. It is a colossal error to believe that the maternal principle of the plant is in the carpel. This is in fact the male principle, which has been drawn forth from the universe with the aid of the fire spirits. The maternal element is taken from the cambium of the plant, which lies between bark and wood, and carried down as ideal form. And what now results from the combined gnomes and fire spirits activity, this is fertilization. The gnomes are in fact the spiritual midwives of plant reproduction. Fertilization takes place below in the earth during the winter, when the seed enters the earth and meets with the forms which the gnomes have received from the activities of the sylphs and undines, and which they now carry to where these forms can meet with the fertilizing seeds. You see, because people do not recognize what is spiritual, do not know that gnomes, undines, sylphs, and fire spirits, which were formerly called salamanders, are actively involved in plant growth, there is a complete lack of clarity about the process of fertilization in the plant world. Up there, outside the earth, nothing by way of fertilization takes place. The earth is the mother of the plant world, the heavens the father. This is the case in a quite literal sense. Plant fertilization takes place through the fact that gnomes take from fire spirits what the fire spirits have carried into the carpel as concentrated cosmic warmth on the tiny airships of the anther pollen. Thus the fire spirits are the bearers of warmth. And now you will easily gain insight into the whole process of plant growth. First, with the help of what comes from the fire spirits, the gnomes down below instill life into the plant and push it upward. They are the fosterers of life. They carry the life ether to the root, the same life ether in which they themselves live. The undines foster the chemical ether in the plant, the sylphs the light ether, the fire spirits the warmth ether. And then the fruit of the warmth ether again unites with what is present below as life. Thus, plants can only be understood when they are considered in connection with all that is flitting around them, full of life and activity. And one only reaches the right interpretation of the most important process in the plant when one penetrates into these things in a spiritual way. When once this has been understood, it is interesting to look again at the words Goethe jotted down when responding to another botanist. He was terribly annoyed because people talked about endless marriages going on in the plants. Goethe was affronted by the idea that constant marriages were being consummated all over every meadow. This seemed to him something unnatural. In this, Goethe had an instinctive but very true feeling. He could not as yet know the real facts of the matter, but nevertheless his instinct was a sure one. He could not see why fertilization should take place up there in the flower. He did not as yet know what goes on below ground, and that the earth is the maternal womb of the plants. But he instinctively knew that the process which takes place in the flower is not what all botanists take it to be. You are now aware of the inner connection between plant and earth, but here is something else which you must take into account. You see, when up above, the fire spirits are flitting around the plant and transmitting the pollen from the anthers, they have only one feeling, which compared to the feeling of the sylphs, they have in an enhanced degree. The sylphs experience their self, their ego, when they see the birds flit about. The fire spirits have this experience, but to an intensified degree in regard to the butterfly world, and indeed the insect world as a whole. And it is these fire spirits which take the utmost delight in following the tracks of the insect's flight, so that they convey warmth to the carpel. In order to carry the concentrated warmth, which must descend into the earth, so that it may be united with the plant's ideal form, the fire spirits feel themselves intimately related to the butterfly world and to the world of the insects in general. Everywhere they follow in the tracks of the insects as they flit from flower to flower. And so one really has the feeling, when following the flight of insects, that each of these insects as it flits from flower to flower has a quite special aura, which cannot be entirely explained from the insect itself. Particularly the luminous, wonderfully radiant, shimmering aura of bees as they flit from flower to flower is unusually difficult to explain. And why? It is because the bee is everywhere accompanied by a fire spirit, which feels so closely related to it, that for spiritual vision, the bee is surrounded by an aura which is actually a fire spirit. When a bee flies through the air from plant to plant, from tree to tree, it flies with an aura that is actually given to it by a fire spirit. The fire spirit does not only gain a feeling of its ego in the presence of the insect, but it wishes to be completely united with the insect. Through this, insects also obtain that power about which I have spoken to you, which even shows itself in a shimmering forth of light into the cosmos. They obtain the power completely to spiritualize the physical matter which unites itself with them, and to allow this spiritualized physical substance to ray out into cosmic space. But just as heat is what first causes light to shine, so above the surface of the earth, when the insects bring about this shimmering forth into cosmic space, which attracts the human being to descend again into physical incarnation, it is the fire spirits which inspire the insects to this activity. The fire spirits that flit around them. But if the fire spirits are active in promoting the outstreaming of spiritualized matter into the cosmos, they are no less actively engaged in seeing to it that the concentrated fiery element, the concentrated warmth, goes into the interior of the earth, so that with the help of the gnomes, the spirit form, which sylphs and undines cause to trickle down into the earth, may be awakened. This, you see, is the spiritual process of plant growth. And it is because the subconscious in man divines something of a special nature in the flowering, sprouting plant, that he experiences the being of the plant as full of mystery. This is not to dismantle the mystery, of course, nor brush the dust from the butterfly's wings. Our instinctive delight in the plant is raised to a higher level when not only the physical plant is seen, but also that wonderful working of the gnome's world below, with its immediate understanding that gives rise to intelligence, the gnome's world, which first pushes the plant upward. Just as the human intellect is not subject to gravity, but the head is carried without us feeling its weight, so the gnomes, with the light of their intellect, overcome what is of the earth and push the plant upward. They prepare life down below, but the life would die away were it not given impetus by the chemical activity brought to it by the undines, and this must be imbued with light. And so we picture from below upward, in bluish, blackish shades, the force of gravity, to which an upward impulse is given by the gnomes, and flitting all around the plant, indicated by the leaves, the undine power that blends and disperses substances as the plant grows upward. From above downward, from the sylphs, light is made to leave its imprint in the plant, and molds and creates the form which descends as an ideal form and is taken up by the maternal womb of the earth. Moreover, fire spirits flit around the plant and concentrate cosmic warmth in the tiny seed points. This is sent down to the gnomes together with the seed power, so that down there they can cause the plants to arise out of fire and life. And further, we now see that essentially the earth is indebted for its power of repulse and impulse for growth, and its density, to the antipathy of the gnomes and undines toward amphibians and fishes. If the earth is dense, this density is due to the antipathy by means of which the gnomes and undines maintain their form. When light and warmth come down to earth, this is at the same time an expression of that power of sympathy, that sustaining power of self-love, which is carried through the air, and to the sustaining sacrificial power of the fire spirits, which brings the power to descend to what is below. So we may say that over the face of the earth, earth density, earth magnetism, and earth gravity, in their upwardly striving aspect, unite with the downward striving power of love and sacrifice. And in this interworking of the downward streaming force of love and sacrifice, and the upward streaming force of density, gravity, and magnetism, in this interworking, where the two streams meet, plant life develops on the surface of the earth. Plant life is an outer expression of the interworking of world love, world sacrifice, world gravity, and world magnetism. So, now, you have seen what matters when we direct our gaze to the plant world, which so enchants uplifts and inspires us. Real insight can only be gained when our vision embraces the spiritual, the supersensible, as well as what is accessible to the physical senses. This enables us to correct the capital error of materialistic botany, that fertilization occurs above the earth. What occurs there is not the process of fertilization, but the preparation of the plant's heaven-born male seed for the future plant, being nurtured in the maternal womb of the earth. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. And please, if you can, try to purchase your books at either steinerbooks.org or rudolfsteinerpress.com. It helps keep the English translations of Steiner flowing. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being and the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms, 12 lectures in 4 parts, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, Collected Works, Volume 230, revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is the second part of Part 3, entitled The Plant World and the Elemental Nature Spirits. This is Lecture 8, given on the 3rd of November, 1923. Yesterday I spoke to you about the other side of the natural world, about the supersensible and invisible beings which accompany the beings and processes visible to the senses. An earlier instinctive vision beheld the beings of the supersensible world as well as those in the world of the senses. Today these beings have withdrawn from human view. The reason why this company of gnomes, undines, sylphs, and fire spirits is not perceptible in the same way as animals, plants, and so on, is merely that man, in the present epoch of his earth evolution, is not in a position to unfold his soul and spirit without the help of his physical and ether bodies. In the present situation of earth evolution, man is obliged to depend on the etheric body for the purposes of his soul, and on the physical body for the purposes of his spirit. The physical body, which provides the instrument for the spirit, that is, the sensory apparatus, is not able to enter into communication with the beings that exist behind the physical world. It is the same with the etheric body, which man needs to develop as an ensouled being. Through this, if I may put it so, half of his earthly environment escapes him. He passes over everything connected with the elemental beings about which I spoke yesterday. The physical and the ether body have no access to this world. We can gain an idea of what actually escapes human beings today when we realize what such gnomes, undines, and so on actually are. We have, you see, a whole host of lower animals, lower at the present time, animals that consist only of a soft mass, live in the fluid element, and have nothing in the way of a skeleton to give them internal support. They are creatures which belong to the latest phase of the Earth's development, creatures which only now, when the Earth has already evolved, develop what man, the oldest Earth being, already developed in his head structure during the time of ancient Saturn. These creatures have not progressed to the stage of producing the hardened substance in them that can become supporting skeleton. It is the gnomes which, in a spiritual way, make up in the world for what is lacking in the lower orders of the animals, up to the amphibians and fish, which have only the beginnings of a skeleton. These lower animal orders only become complete, as it were, through the fact that gnomes exist. The relationships between beings in the world are very different, And something arises between these lower creatures and the gnomes, which I yesterday called antipathy. The gnomes do not wish to become like these lower creatures. They are continually on the watch to protect themselves from assuming their form. As I described to you, the gnomes are extraordinarily clever, intelligent beings. With them, intelligence is already implicit in perception. They are, in every respect, the antithesis of the lower animal world. And whereas they have the significance for plant growth, which I described yesterday, in the case of the lower animal world, they actually provide its complement. They supply what this lower animal world does not possess. This lower animal world has a dull consciousness. The gnomes have a consciousness of the utmost clarity. The lower animals have no bony skeleton, no bony support. The gnomes bind together everything that exists by way of gravity and fashion their bodies from this volatile, invisible force. Bodies which are, moreover, in constant danger of disintegrating, of losing their substance. The gnomes must ever and again create themselves anew out of gravity, because they continually stand in danger of losing their substance. Because of this, in order to save their own existence, the gnomes are constantly attentive to what is going on around them. No being is a more attentive observer on earth than a gnome. It takes note of everything, for it must know everything, grasp everything, in order to preserve its existence. A gnome must always be wide awake. If it were to become sleepy, as people often do, this sleepiness would immediately cause its death. There is a German saying of very early origin, which aptly expresses this characteristic of the gnomes, in having always to remain attentive. People say, "Look sharp, like a goblin," and the gnomes are goblins. So if one wishes to make someone attentive, one says to him, "Look sharp, like a gnome." A gnome is really an attentive being. If one could place a gnome as an object lesson on a front desk in every school classroom, where all could see it, it would be a splendid example for the children to follow. The gnomes have yet another characteristic. They are filled with an absolutely unconquerable lust for independence. They trouble themselves little about one another and give their attention only to the world of their own surroundings. One gnome takes little interest in another. But everything else in this world around them, in which they live, this interests them exceedingly. Now, I told you that the human body really is a hindrance to our perceiving such folk as these. The moment it ceases to be this hindrance, these beings are there, just as the other beings of nature are there for ordinary vision. Anyone who gets to the stage of experiencing his dreams in full consciousness on falling asleep is well acquainted with the gnomes. You need only recall what I recently published in the title Goetheanum on the subject of dreams. Footnote, it is also in the book On the Life of the Soul at the Pacific Press, New York, 1985, end of footnote. I said that a dream in no way appears to ordinary consciousness in its true form, but wears a mask. Such a mask is worn by the dream that we have on falling asleep. We do not immediately escape from the experience of our ordinary day consciousness. Reminiscences well up, memory pictures from life, or we perceive symbols representing the internal organs, the heart as a stove, the lungs as wings, all in symbolic form. These are masks. If someone were to see a dream unmasked, if he were actually to pass into the world of sleep without the beings existing there being masked, then at the moment of falling asleep, he would behold a whole host of goblins coming toward him. In ordinary consciousness, man is protected from seeing these things unprepared, for they would terrify him. The form in which they would appear would actually be reflections, images of all the qualities in the individual concerned that work as forces of destruction. He would perceive all the destructive forces within him, all that continually destroys. These gnomes, if perceived unprepared, would be nothing but symbols of death. Man would be terribly alarmed by them, if in ordinary consciousness he knew nothing about them and was now confronted by them on falling asleep. He would feel entombed by them, for this is how it would appear, entombed by them yonder in the astral world. For seen from the other side, what takes place on falling asleep is a kind of entombment of gnomes. This holds good only for the moment of falling asleep. A further complement to the physical, sense-perceptible world is given by the undines, the water beings, which continually transform themselves, and which live in connection with water, just as the gnomes live in connection with the earth. These undines, we have come to know the role they play in plant growth, exist as complementary beings to animals that are at a somewhat higher stage and have assumed a more differentiated earthly body. These animals, which have developed into the more evolved fishes, or also into the more evolved amphibians, require scales, require some sort of hard external armor. For the powers needed to provide certain creatures with this outer support, this outer skeleton, the world is indebted to the activity of the undines. The gnomes spiritually support the creatures which are at quite a low evolutionary stage. The creatures which must be supported externally, which must be clad in a kind of armor, owe their protective armor to the activity of the undines. Thus it is the undines which impart to these somewhat higher animals, in a primitive way, what we have in the cranial part of the skull. They make them, as it were, into heads. All the beings that are invisibly present behind the visible world have their vital task in the great scheme of things. You will always notice that materialistic science breaks down when one tries to use it to explain something of the kind I have just described. It cannot be used, for instance, to explain how the lower creatures, which are scarcely any more solid than the element in which they live, manage to propel themselves forward in it, because the scientists do not know about the spiritual support provided by the gnomes. Equally, the development of an external shell will always present a problem to purely materialistic scientists, because they do not know that the undines, in their sensitivity to and avoidance of their own tendency to become lower animals, cast off what then appears on the somewhat higher animals as scales or some other kind of outer shell. Again, in the case of these elemental beings, it is only our body which hinders the ordinary consciousness of today from seeing them just as it sees the leaves of plants, for example, or the somewhat higher animals. When, however, man falls into a state of deep, dreamless sleep, and yet his sleep is not dreamless, because through the gift of inspiration it has become transparent, then his spiritual gaze perceives the undines rising up out of that astral sea in which, on falling asleep, he was engulfed, submerged by the gnomes. In deep sleep, the undines become visible. Sleep extinguishes ordinary consciousness, but the sleep which is illumined by clear consciousness is filled with the wonderful world of ever-changing fluidity, a fluidity that rises up in all kinds of ways to create the metamorphoses of the undines. Just as our day consciousness perceives creatures around us that have firm contours, a clear night consciousness would present to us these ever-changing beings, which themselves rise up and sink down again like the waves of the sea. All deep sleep is filled with a moving sea of living beings, a moving sea of undines all around the human being. It is different in the case of the sylphs. In a way, they also complement the being of certain animals, but now in the other direction. The gnomes and undines add what is of the nature of the head to the animals where this is lacking. Birds, however, as I described to you, are actually pure head. They are already head organization. The sylphs add to the birds in a spiritual way what they lack as the physical complement of their head organization. They complement the bird kingdom with what corresponds to the metabolism and limbs in man. If the birds fly about in the air with atrophied legs, so much the more powerfully developed is the limb system of the sylphs. They may be said to represent in the air, in a spiritual way, what the cow represents below in physical matter. This is why I was able to say yesterday that it is in connection with the birds that the sylphs have their ego, have what connects them with the earth. Man acquires his ego on the earth. What connects the sylphs with the earth is the bird kingdom. The sylphs are indebted to the bird kingdom for their ego, or at least for the consciousness of their ego. Now, when someone has slept through the night, has had around him the astral sea that gives rise to the most manifold undine forms, and then perceives a dream on awakening, if this dream he wakes up to were not masked in things reminiscent of life or symbolical representations of the organs, if he were to see the unmasked dream, he would be confronted by the world of the sylphs. But these sylphs would assume for him a strange form. They would appear much as the sun might if it wished to send to human beings something which would affect them strangely, something which would have a soporific spiritual effect on their sleep. We shall hear in a moment why this is so. If someone were to perceive his unmasked dream on awakening, he would see light fluttering toward him, the essence of light fluttering toward him. He would find this an unpleasant experience, particularly also because the limbs of these sylphs would, as it were, spin and weave around him. He would feel as though the light were attacking him from all sides, as if the light were something that beset him and to which he was extraordinarily sensitive. Now and then he would perhaps also feel this to be like a caress from the light. What I really wish to indicate here is only that the light, with its upholding, gently touching quality, actually approaches in the sylph's form. When we come to the fire spirits, we find that they complement the fleeting nature of the butterflies. A butterfly itself develops as little as possible of its actual physical body. It leaves this as tenuous as possible. It is a creature of light. The fire spirits appear as beings which complement the butterfly's body, so that we can get the following impression. If, on the one hand, we had a physical butterfly before us, and pictured it suitably enlarged, and on the other hand a fire spirit, they are, it is true, rarely together, except in the circumstances which I mentioned to you yesterday, then if these two were welded together, we would get something resembling a winged human being, actually a winged human being. We need only increase the size of the butterfly and adapt the size of the fire spirit to human proportions. And from this we would get something like a winged human being. This again shows that the fire spirits are in fact the complement to creatures nearest to what is spiritual. They complement them, so to say, in a downward direction. Gnomes and undines complement in an upward direction, toward the head. Sylphs and fire spirits complement the birds and butterflies in a downward direction. Thus the fire spirits must be seen in connection with the butterflies. Now, in the same way that man can, as it were, penetrate the dreams of sleep, so he can also penetrate waking day life. But here he makes use of his physical body in quite a robust way. This too I have described in essays in the title Goetheanum. When he does this, man is totally unable to realize that he would, if he could, actually always see the fire spirits in his waking life. For the fire spirits are inwardly related to his thoughts, to everything which proceeds from the organization of the head. But when someone has progressed so far that he can remain completely in waking consciousness, but nevertheless stand in a certain sense outside himself, viewing himself from outside as a thinking being, while standing firmly on the earth, then he will become aware how the fire spirits are the element in the world which makes our thoughts perceptible from the other side. Thus, the perceiving of the fire spirits can enable man to see himself as thinker, not merely to be the thinker, and as such hatch out thoughts, but actually to behold how the thoughts run their course. In that case, however, thoughts cease to be bound to the human being. They reveal themselves to be world thoughts. They are active and move as impulses in the world. Then one finds that the human head only calls forth the illusion that thoughts are enclosed inside the skull. They are only reflected there. Their mirrored images are there. What underlies these thoughts belongs to the sphere of the fire spirits. On entering this sphere, one sees thoughts to be not only what they are in themselves, but the thought content of the world, which at the same time is actually rich in imaginative content. The power to stand outside oneself is the power that enables one to arrive at the realization that thoughts are world thoughts. I venture to add, when we behold what is to be seen upon the earth, not from a human body, but from the sphere of the fire spirits, that is, from the Saturn nature that projects into the earth, as it were, then we gain exactly the picture of the evolution of the earth, which I have described entitled Occult Science in Outline. This book is actually so composed that the thoughts appear as the thought content of the world, seen from the perspective of the fire spirits. You see, these things do have a deep and real significance, but they also have a deep and real significance for man in other ways. Take the gnomes and undines. They exist in the world, one can say, which borders on human consciousness. They are already beyond the threshold. Ordinary consciousness is protected from seeing these beings, for the fact is that these beings are not all benevolent. The benevolent beings are, for instance, those which I described yesterday as working in the most varied ways on plant growth. But not all these beings are well disposed. And the moment one breaks through into the world where they are active, one finds there not only the well-disposed beings, but the malevolent ones as well. One must first form a conception about which of them are well-disposed and which of them malevolent. This is not so easy, as you will see from the way I must describe the malevolent ones. The main difference between the ill-disposed and the well-disposed is that the latter are always drawn more to the plant and mineral kingdoms, whereas the ill-disposed are drawn to the animal and human kingdoms. Some, which are even more malevolent, try to approach the kingdoms of the plants and the minerals as well. But one can gain quite a fair idea of the malevolence which the beings of this realm can have when one turns to those who are drawn to human beings and animals, who in particular try to accomplish in man what the higher hierarchies entrust to the well-disposed beings for the plant and mineral world. You see, there exist ill-disposed beings from the realm of the gnomes and undines, which approach human beings and animals, and cause the complement with which they are supposed to endow only the lower animals to come to physical realization in human beings. This element is already present in man, but their aim is that it should be manifested physically in human beings and also in animals. Through the presence of these malevolent gnome and undine beings, animal and plant life of a low order, parasites, live in human beings and in animals. These malevolent beings are the begetters of parasites. The moment man crosses the threshold of the spiritual world, he at once meets the trickery that exists in this world. Snares are everywhere, and he must first learn something from the goblins, namely to be attentive. This is something that spiritualists, for example, can never manage. Everywhere there are snares. Now someone might say, why then are these malevolent gnome and undine beings there if they engender parasites? Well, if they were not there, man would never be able to develop within himself the power to evolve brain substance. And here we meet something of extraordinary significance. If you think of the human being as consisting of metabolism and limbs, of the chest, that is the rhythmical system, and then the head, that is the system of nerves and senses, there are certain things about which you must be quite clear. Down below, processes are taking place. Let us leave out the rhythmical sphere. And above, processes are taking place. If you look at the processes taking place below as a whole, you find that in ordinary life, they have one result that is usually disregarded. These processes are those of elimination, through the intestines, through the kidneys, and so on. And all of them have their outlet in a downward direction. They are mostly regarded simply as processes of elimination. But this is nonsense. Elimination does not take place merely in order to eliminate, but to the same degree in which the products of elimination arise, something arises spiritually in the lower sphere of man, which resembles what the brain is physically above. What occurs in the lower man is a process arrested halfway as far as its physical development is concerned. Elimination takes place because the process passes over into the spiritual. In man's upper sphere, the process is taken to its conclusion. What below is only spiritual there assumes physical form. Above we have the physical brain, below a spiritual brain. And if what is eliminated below were to be subjected to a further process, if one were to continue the transformation, then ultimately such metamorphosis would give rise to the human brain. The human brain is the further evolved product of elimination. This is something which is of immense importance in regard to medicine, for instance, and it is something of which doctors in the 16th and 17th centuries were still fully aware. Of course, today people speak in a very derogatory manner, and rightly in many respects, of the quote, quacks of old who dealt in filth, close quote. But this is because they do not know that such filth still contained, in quotes, mummies of the spirit. Naturally, this is not intended as a glorification of what is figured as quackery in past centuries, but I am referring to the many truths with connections as deep as those I have just cited. The brain is a higher metamorphosis of the products of elimination. Hence the connection between diseases of the brain and intestinal diseases, and also their cure. You see, because gnomes and undines exist, because there is a world in which they are able to live, the forces exist that are certainly capable of giving rise to parasites in man's lower sphere. But at the same time, in man's upper sphere, this gives rise to metamorphosis into the brain of the products of elimination. It would be absolutely impossible for us to have a brain if the world were not so ordered that gnomes and undines can exist. What holds good for gnomes and undines in regard to destructive powers, for destruction and disintegration also proceed from the brain, holds good for sylphs and fire spirits in regard to regenerative powers. Here again, the well-disposed sylphs and fire spirits keep away from human beings and animals and busy themselves with plant growth in the way I have indicated. but there are also those who are malevolent. These ill-disposed beings are, above all, concerned in carrying what should only have its place up above in the regions of air and warmth, down into the watery and earthy regions. Now, if you wish to study what happens when these sylph beings carry what belongs up above down into the watery and earthy regions, look at the deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna. The flower of this plant, if I may put it so, has been kissed by the sylph, and what could be beneficent juices have been changed into poisonous ones. Now, here you have what may be called a displacement of spheres. It is right when the sylphs develop their enveloping forces up above, as I have already described, where the light literally comes and touches you all over, for the bird world needs this. But if the sylph descends and makes use in the plant world below of what it should employ up above, a potent vegetable poison is engendered. Parasitic beings arise through gnomes and undines, and through sylphs arise the poisons, which are in fact a heavenly element which has streamed down too far, has descended to earth. When people or certain animals eat the fruit of the deadly nightshade, which looks like a cherry, except that it conceals itself in the calyx, it is pushed down. You can see what I have just described when you look at the plant. When people or certain animals eat the berry, it is fatal to them. But just look at the thrushes and blackbirds. They perch on the plant and get from it the best food in the world. What is present in the belladonna belongs rightly to the sphere they inhabit. It is a remarkable thing that animals and human beings, whose lower organs are earthbound, should experience as poison what has become corrupted on the earth in the deadly nightshade. Yet birds such as thrushes and blackbirds, which should really get this in a spiritual way from the sylphs, and indeed through the benevolent sylphs do so obtain it, are able to assimilate something that has been thrust down to the earth from their region above. They find nourishment in what is poison for beings more bound to the earth. Thus you get a conception of how gnomes and undines impel what is of a parasitic nature to strive upward from the earth toward other beings, while poisons, on the other hand, filter downward from above. And when the fire spirits imbue themselves with the impulses that belong in the region of the butterflies and are of great use to them in their development, when the fire spirits carry those impulses down into the fruits, we get the poisonous almonds that are found in some species of almond. The poison is carried into the fruit of the almond trees through the activity of the fire spirits. And yet the fruit of the almond could not come into existence at all if those same fire spirits did not in a beneficial way burn, as it were, what is the edible part in other fruits. Only look at the almond. With other fruits, you have the white kernel at the center, and around it the flesh of the fruit. With the almond, you have the kernel there in the center, and around it the flesh of the fruit is quite burnt up. That is the activity of the fire spirits. And if this activity miscarries, if what the fire spirits are bringing about is not confined to the brown shell, where their activity can still be beneficial, and something of what should be engaged in developing the shell penetrates into the white kernel, then the almond becomes poisonous. And so you have gained a picture of the beings lying immediately beyond the threshold of normal awareness, and of how, if they follow their impulses, they become the bearers of parasitic and poisonous principles, and therewith of illnesses. Now it becomes clear how, when healthy, we raise ourselves above the forces that take hold of us in illness. For illness springs from the malevolence of the beings necessary for the regeneration of the world of nature, for its shooting and sprouting growth, but also for its fading and decay. These are the things which, arising from instinctive clairvoyance, underlie such intuitions as those of the Indian Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Brahma represented the being at work in the cosmic sphere, which may legitimately approach man. Vishnu represented the cosmic sphere, which may only approach man insofar as what has been built up must again be broken down, insofar as it must be continually transformed. Shiva represented everything connected with the forces of destruction. And in the ancient times of the flowering of Indian civilization, it was said, quote, Brahma is intimately related to all that is of the nature of the fire spirits and the sylphs. Vishnu with all that is of the nature of sylphs and undines. Shiva with all that is of the nature of undines and gnomes, close quote. Generally speaking, when we go back to these more ancient conceptions, we find everywhere the pictorial expressions for what must be sought today as immanent in the secrets of nature. Yesterday we studied the connection of these invisible folk with the plant world. Today we have added their connection with the world of the animals. Everywhere beings on this side of the threshold interact with those from beyond it, and vice versa. Only when one knows the living interaction of both these kinds of beings does one really understand how the visible world unfolds. Knowledge of the supersensible world is indeed very, very necessary for man. For the moment he passes through the gate of death, he no longer has the sense-perceptible world around him, but initially this other world begins to be his world. At his present stage of evolution, man cannot find correct access to the other world unless he has recognized in physical manifestations the written characters which point to this other world. If he has not learned to read in the creatures of the earth, in the creatures of the water, in the creatures of the air, and in what I'd like to call the creatures of the light, the butterflies, the signs of elemental beings which are our companions between death and a new birth. What we see of the creatures here, between birth and death, is, so to speak, their crude, dense part. We only learn to recognize what belongs to them as their supersensible nature when, with insight and understanding, we enter into this supersensible world. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. And please consider patronizing steinerbooks.org or rudolfsteinerpress.com in London. They are the two publishing houses that bring Steiner in English to us. And this is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Harmony of the Creative Word, the Human Being, and the Elemental, Animal, Plant, and Mineral Kingdoms in 4 parts. This is the last lecture of Part 3, which is entitled, Part 3 is entitled The Plant World and the Elemental Nature Spirits. This is Lecture 9, given on the 4th of November, 1923. This volume, I should also add, is Collected Works Volume 230, formerly known as Man as Symphony of the Creative Word, revised translation by Matthew Barton. Lecture 9. We come to know the beings of the sense world by observing the way they live and act. And it is the same with the beings about which I have been speaking, and shall continue to speak in these lectures, the elemental beings of nature. Invisibly and supersensibly present behind what is physical and perceptible to the senses, they participate in all the happenings of the world just as, or rather in a higher sense than, do physical sense-perceptible beings. Now you will readily be able to imagine that to these beings, the world appears somewhat different than it does to the beings of the sense world, for they do not possess a physical body as the latter do. Everything which they grasp or perceive in the world must be different from what enters the human eye, i.e., for example. This is indeed the case. The human being experiences the earth, for instance, as the cosmic body on which he moves about. He even finds it slightly inconvenient when, through some atmospheric condition or other, as occasionally happens, this cosmic body becomes softened and he sinks into it, even slightly. He likes to feel the earth as something hard, as something into which he does not sink. This whole way of experiencing things, this whole attitude toward the earth, is, however, completely alien to the gnomes. They sink down everywhere, because for them the whole earth body is primarily a hollow space through which they can pass. They can penetrate everywhere. Rocks and metals present no hindrance to their way of, shall I say, walking about or swimming about. There are no words in our language which really express the way the gnomes move about inside the body of the earth. It is just that they have an inner experience, an inner perception of the different ingredients of the earth. When they wander along a vein of metal, they have a different experience from when they make their way through a layer of limestone. All this, however, the gnomes feel inwardly. For through all such things they penetrate unhindered. They have not the least idea that the earth exists. Their idea is that there is a space in which they perceive certain experiences. The experience of gold, the experience of mercury, of tin, of silica, and so on. This is to express it in human language, not in the language of the gnomes. Their language is far more perceptive, and it is just because their whole life is spent in journeying along all the veins and seams, continually journeying through them, that they acquire the very pronounced intellectuality about which I have spoken to you. Through this they acquire their comprehensive knowledge, for the metals and the earth reveal everything to them of what is outside in the universe, as though in a mirror they experience everything which is outside in the universe. But for the earth itself, the gnomes have no perception, only for its different ingredients, and for the different kinds of inner experience which these offer. Because of this, the gnomes have a quite particular gift for receiving the impressions which come from the moon. It is toward the moon that they continually direct their attentive listening. And in this respect, they have I cannot say congenital, it is so difficult to find the right words, but acquired neurasthenia, nervous debility. Of course, what for us is an illness is for these gnomes their actual life element. For them, this is no illness, but simply a matter of course. It is what gives them that inner receptivity toward all the things of which I have spoken. But it also gives them their inner receptivity toward the phenomena connected with the phases of the moon. They follow the changes in the moon cycle with such close attention, I have already described their power of attention to you, that it actually alters their form. When, therefore, one follows the existence of a gnome, one gains a quite different impression at full moon from that gained at new moon, and again at the intermediate phases. At full moon, the gnomes are ill at ease. Physical moonlight does not suit them, and at that time they thrust the whole feeling of their existence outward. They circumscribe themselves, as it were, with a spiritual skin. At full moon, they push the feeling of their existence toward the boundary of their body. And in full moonlight, if one has imaginative perception for such things, they really appear like little shining mail-clad knights. They are clad in a kind of spiritual armor, and this it is which pushes outward in their skin to arm them against the moonlight, which makes them feel so uncomfortable. But when the time of new moon approaches, the gnomes become positively transparent, wonderful to see, inwardly irradiated with a glittering play of colors. One sees within them, as it were, the processes of a whole world. It is as though one were to look into the human brain, not as an anatomist investigating cell tissues, but as one who perceives inside the brain the shimmering and sparkling of thoughts. That is how these transparent little folk, the gnomes, appear to one, as though the play of thoughts is revealed within them. It is just at new moon that the gnomes are so particularly interesting, for each of them bears a whole world within himself, and one can say that within this world there actually lies the mystery of the moon. If one unveils this moon mystery, one comes upon truly remarkable discoveries. For one reaches the conclusion that at the present time the moon is continually coming closer. Naturally, you must not take this in a crude way, as though the moon were moving toward the Earth at a fast pace. But each year it does in fact come somewhat nearer. Each year the moon is actually slightly nearer to the Earth. One recognizes this from the ever more vigorous play of the moon's forces in the world of the gnomes during the time of the new moon. And to this coming nearer of the moon, the attentiveness of these goblins is quite specially directed. For in producing results from the way in which the moon affects them, they see their chief mission in the universe. They await with intense expectation the time when the moon will again unite with the Earth. And they assemble all their forces in order to be armed in readiness for this time, when the moon reunites with the Earth. For they will then use the moon's substance gradually to disperse the outer substance of the Earth into the universe. The substance must pass away. Because they hold this task in view, these goblins or gnomes feel themselves to be of quite special importance, for they gather together the most varied experiences from the whole of Earth existence, and they hold themselves in readiness when all earthly substance will have been dispersed into the universe after the transition to Jupiter evolution, to preserve what is good in the Earth's structure in order to incorporate this in Jupiter as a kind of bony skeleton. You see, when one looks at this process from the aspect of the gnomes, one gains a first stimulus, a first capacity to picture how our Earth would appear if all the water were taken away from it. Just consider how in the Western Hemisphere everything is oriented from north to south, and how in the Eastern Hemisphere everything is oriented from east to west. Thus, if you were to do away with all the water, America with its mountains and what lies under the sea would appear as something which proceeds from north to south. And looking toward Europe, you would find that in the Eastern Hemisphere, corresponding to the chain of the Alps, the Carpathians, and so on, the orientation is in an east-west direction. You would get something like the structure of the cross in the Earth. When one gains insight into this, one gains the impression that this is really the united gnome world of Old Moon. The ancestors of our Earth gnomes, the moon gnomes, gathered together their moon experiences, and from them fashioned this structure, this firm structure of the solid fabric of the Earth, so that the solid structure of the Earth actually arose from the experiences of the gnomes of Old Moon. These are the things which reveal themselves in relation to the gnome world. Through them, the gnomes acquire an interesting, an extraordinarily interesting relationship to the whole evolution of the universe. They always carry over the solid element from one stage to the next. They are the preservers in evolution of the continuity of the solid structure, and thus they preserve the solid structure from one cosmic body to another. It is one of the most interesting studies to examine these supersensible spiritual beings and to observe their special task, for this gives one a first impression of how every kind of being existing in the world shares in the task of working on the whole form and structure of the world. Now, let us pass over from the gnomes to the undines, the water beings. Here a very remarkable idea presents itself. These beings do not have the need for life that human beings or animals have, nor the need for life that the animals have, however instinctively. But one could almost say that the undines, and also the sylphs, have a need for death instead. In a cosmic way, they are really like the gnat which casts itself into the flame. They only feel themselves to be truly alive when they die. This is extraordinarily interesting. Here on the physical earth, everything desires to live, for all that has vitality is prized, all that sprouts and shoots with life. But once we have crossed the threshold, all these beings say to us that it is death which is really the true beginning of life. This can be felt by these beings. Let us take the undines. You know, perhaps that sailors who travel a great deal on the sea find that in July, August, and September in the Baltic, further to the west, this is already the case in June, the sea makes a peculiar impression, and they say that it is beginning to blossom. It begins to sprout, as it were, but it begins to sprout out of everything that is decaying in the sea. The process of decay in the sea makes itself felt. It imparts to the sea a peculiar putrescent smell. All this, however, is different for the undines. It causes them no unpleasant sensations, but when the millions and millions of water creatures which perish in the sea start decomposing, the sea becomes for the undines the most wonderful phosphorescent play of colors. It shines and glitters with every possible color. Especially does the sea glitter for them, inwardly and outwardly, in every shade of blue, violet, and green. The whole process of decomposition in the sea becomes a glimmering and gleaming of darker colors up to green. But these colors are realities for the undines. And one can see how in this play of colors in the sea, they absorb the colors into themselves. They draw these colors into their own bodily nature. They become like them. They themselves become phosphorescent. And as they absorb the play of colors, as they themselves become phosphorescent, there arises in the undines something like a longing, an immense longing to rise upward, to soar upward. Upward they soar, led by this longing. And with this longing they offer themselves to the beings of the higher hierarchies, to the angels, archangels, and so on, as earthly sustenance. And in this sacrifice they find their bliss. They then live on within the higher hierarchies. And thus we see the remarkable fact that each year, with the return of early spring, these beings evolve upward from unfathomable depths. There they take part in the life of the earth by working on the plant kingdom in the way I have described. Then, however, they pour themselves, as it were, into the water, and take up, by means of their own bodily nature, the phosphorescence of the water, the decaying matter, and bear it upward with an intensity of longing. Then in a magnificent cosmic picture, one sees how, emanating from earthly water, the colors carried upward by the undines, and which have spiritual substantiality, provide the higher hierarchies with their sustenance. How the earth becomes the source of nourishment, in that the very essence of the undines' longing is to let themselves be consumed by higher beings. There they live on. There they enter into their eternity. Thus every year there is a continual upstreaming of these undines, whose inner nature is formed out of the earthly sphere, and who radiate upward, filled with a longing to offer themselves as nourishment to higher beings. And now let us proceed to the sylphs. In the course of the year, birds die. I described to you how these dying birds possess spiritualized substance, and how they desire to give this spiritualized substance over to higher worlds in order to release it from the earth. But here, an intermediary is needed, and these intermediaries are the sylphs. It is a fact that dying birds continually fill the air with astrality. This astrality is of a lower order, but it is nevertheless astrality. It is astral substance. In this astrality flutter, or hover might be a better word, in this astrality hover the sylphs. They take up what comes from the world of dying birds and carry it, again with a feeling of longing, up into the heights, only desiring to be breathed by the beings of the higher hierarchies. They offer themselves as that which supplies a breathing element to the higher hierarchies. Again, a magnificent spectacle. With the realm of dying birds, this astral, inwardly radiant substance is seen to pass over into the air. The sylphs flash like blue lightning through the air, and into their blue lightning, which assumes first greener, then redder hues, they absorb the astrality which comes from the bird world, and dart upward like upward flashing lightning. And if one follows this beyond the boundaries of space, it becomes what is breathed by the beings of the higher hierarchies. Thus one can say that the gnomes carry one world over into another, as far as its structure is concerned. They go with evolution in a horizontal direction, as it were. This is merely an analogy. The other beings, the undines, the sylphs, carry upward what they experience as bliss in yielding themselves up to death, in being consumed, in being breathed. There they continue to live within the higher hierarchies, experiencing their eternity within them. And when we go on to the fire spirits, only think how the dust on the butterfly's wings seems to dissolve into nothing with the death of the butterfly. But it does not really dissolve into nothing. What is shed as dust from the butterfly's wings is the most highly spiritualized matter. And all this passes like microscopic comets into the heat ether which surrounds the earth. Each single particle of dust passes like a microscopic comet into the heat ether of the earth. When in the course of the year the butterfly world approaches its end, all this becomes glittering and shimmering, an inner glittering and shimmering. And into this glittering and shimmering the fire spirits pour themselves. They absorb it. There it continues to glitter and shimmer, and they too get a feeling of longing. They bear what they have thus absorbed up into the heights. And now one sees, I have already described this to you from another aspect, how the glittering and shimmering carried outward from the butterfly's wings by the fire spirits shines forth into world space. But it does not only shine forth, it streams forth, and it is this which provides the particular view of the earth which the higher hierarchies perceive. The beings of the higher hierarchies gaze upon the earth, and what they principally see is this butterfly and insect existence which has been carried outward by the fire spirits. And the fire spirits find their highest ecstasy in the realization that it is they who present themselves before the spiritual eyes of the higher hierarchies. They find their highest ecstasy in being beheld by the gaze, by the spiritual eyes of the higher hierarchies, in being absorbed into them. They strive upward toward these beings and carry to them knowledge of the earth. Thus we see how these elemental beings are the intermediaries between the earth and the spirit cosmos. We see the drama of the phosphorescent upsurge of the undines, which pass away in the sea of light and flame of the higher hierarchies as their sustenance. We see the upward flashing greenish, reddish lightning, which is breathed where the earth continually passes over into eternity, the eternal survival of the fire spirits, whose activity never ceases. For whereas here on earth birds tend to die at a particular time of year, the fire spirits make sure that what is to be seen of them pours out into the universe throughout the entire year. Thus the earth is as though cloaked in a mantle of fire. Seen from outside, the earth appears fiery, but everything is brought about by beings who see the things of the earth quite differently from how man sees them. As already mentioned, man's experience of the earth is of a hard substance on which he stands and walks about. For the gnomes, it is a transparent globe, a hollow body. For the undines, water is something in which they perceive the phosphorizing process, which they can take into themselves as living experience. Sylphs see in the astrality of the air which emanates from dying birds something that makes them into more actively flashing lightning than they would otherwise be. For in itself the lightning of these sylphs is dull and bluish. And then again, the disintegration of butterfly existence is something which continually envelops the earth as though with a shell of fire. Beholding this, it seems as though the earth were surrounded by a wonderful fiery painting. And there to one side, when one looks upward from the earth, one beholds these lightning flashes, these phosphorescent and evanescent undines. All this shows us that here on earth the elemental nature spirits move and work actively, striving upward and passing away in the fiery mantle of the earth. In reality, however, they do not pass away, but they find their eternal existence by passing over into beings of the higher hierarchies. All this, however, which ultimately appears like a wonderful painting of the world, is the expression of what happens on earth. For to begin with, and in its initial stages, it all takes place on the earth. We, human beings, are always present in what is there taking place. And the fact is, even if in his ordinary consciousness man is at first incapable of grasping what surrounds him, that every night we are involved in the movement and activity of these beings, that we ourselves take part as ego and as astral body in what these beings carry out. But it is the gnomes especially which really find it quite entertaining to observe a person asleep, not the physical body in bed, but the person's astral body and ego outside his physical body. For what the gnomes see is someone who thinks in the spirit, but does not know it. He does not know that his thoughts live in the spiritual. And again, for the undines, it is inexplicable that man knows himself so little. The same is true for the sylphs, and likewise for the fire spirits. On the physical plane, you see, it is certainly often unpleasant to have gnats and the like fluttering around one at night. But the spiritual man, the ego and astral body, at night these are surrounded by the life and activity of elemental beings. And being thus surrounded by life and activity is a constant admonition to man to advance in his consciousness in order to know more about the world. Now, therefore, I can try to give you an idea of how these beings, gnomes, undines, sylphs, and fire spirits, flit about, of what happens when we begin to hear what amuses them in us, and of what they would have us do when they admonish us to advance in consciousness. Yes, you see, here come the gnomes, and speak somewhat as follows, quote, "You dream yourself, and shun awakening," close quote. The gnomes know that man possesses his ego as though in a dream, that he must first awaken in order to arrive at his true ego. They see this quite clearly and call to him in his sleep, quote, "You dream yourself," close quote. They mean during the day, continue, quote, "and shun awakening," close quote. Then there sounds forth from the undines quote, you think the deeds of angels, close quote. Man does not know that his thoughts are really with the angels. Continue, quote, you think the angels and know it not, close quote. And from the sylphs there sounds to sleeping man, quote, creative might shines in you, you divine it not. You feel its strength, close quote, the strength of creative might, continue, quote, and live it not, close quote. Such, approximately, are the words of the sylphs, the words of the undines, the words of the gnomes. The words of the fire spirits, quote, divine will offers you strength, you accept it not. With its strength you will, close quote, Steiner, with the strength of divine will, continue, quote, yet thrust it from you, close quote. All this is the admonition to progress in consciousness. These beings which do not enter into physical existence wish man to make a move onward with his consciousness, so that he may be able to participate in their world. And when one has thus entered into what these beings have to say to man, one also gradually understands how they give expression to their own nature, somewhat in this way. The gnomes, quote, I maintain the power of root nature. It creates for me the body of forms, close quote. The undines, quote, I bestir the water's power of growth. It creates for me substance of life, close quote. The sylphs, quote, I quaff the airy force of life. It fills me with the power of existence, close quote. And the fire spirits, it is very difficult to find any kind of earthly words for what they do, because their sphere is far removed from earthly life and earthly activity. Fire spirits, quote, I consume the striving power of fire. Into spirituality of soul, it releases me, close quote. Footnote here, Rudolf Steiner coined a word from verdauen, to digest, deuren, ich deure, to express not ordinary digestion, but a fiery consuming process. Readers aside, I'm trying to pronounce this deura, I think is how it's pronounced, but I don't know. It's spelled D-A-umlaut U-E, and I apologize for mispronouncing that. End of readers aside, end of footnote. You see, I have endeavored to the best of my ability to give you an idea of how these beings of the elemental kingdom characterize themselves, and of the admonitions which they initially impart to man. But they are not so unfriendly to man as only to suggest to him what is negative by nature, but pithy and positive sayings also proceed from them. And we experience these sayings as being of immense, of gigantic significance. In such matters as these, you must...
Bob's just opened its 200th store, which means you have even more places to shop everyday low prices on must-have designs, like Bob's real marble dining sets starting at just $5.99, feature-packed power reclining sofas with charging ports and cup holders starting at $7.99, and the 5-star Consumer Reports recommended Treasure mattress for only $7.99. So stop into your local store or visit mybobs.com for everyday low prices delivered on time. Oh my Bob!
Acquire a sense for whether a saying is uttered merely in human words, however beautiful they may be, or whether it sounds forth as though cosmically from the whole mighty army of the gnomes. What is important, what makes the difference, is the way such words arise, where they really come from. And when man hearkens to the gnomes, after they have uttered the admonitions which I have written on the board, then there sounds toward him from the massed chorus of the gnomes, quote, strive to awaken, close quote. Here the significance is the mighty moral impression created by such words when they stream through the universe, arising from the massed chorus of infinitely many single voices. And from the undine chorus resounds, quote, "Think in the Spirit," close quote. With the chorus of sylphs, things are not so simple. When the gnomes appear like shining armored knights in full moonlight, there resounds from them, as though from the earth's depths, quote, "Strive to awaken," close quote. When the undines soar upward, filled with the longing to be consumed, then in this upsoaring there sounds back to the earth, quote, "Think in the Spirit," close quote. But from the sylphs, in the heights, as they allow themselves to be inhaled up above and seem to disappear in bluish, reddish, greenish lightning into cosmic light, flash into the light and disappear in it, there sounds down, quote, "Live and create breathing existence," close quote. And the words of the fire spirits resound as in fiery anger, an anger which is not felt to be annihilating, but rather as something which man must receive from the cosmos, as in fiery, but at the same time enthusiastic anger, they carry what is theirs into the fiery mantle of the earth. Here the sound is not like that of single voices massed together, but from the whole circumference there resounds as with a mighty voice of thunder, quote, "Receive in love the willpower of the gods," close quote. Naturally, one can turn one's attention away from all this, and then one does not perceive it. Whether or not man does perceive such things depends upon his own free choice. But when man does perceive them, he knows that they are an integral part of cosmic existence, that something actually occurs when gnomes, undines, sylphs, and fire spirits manifest in the way described. And the gnomes are not only present for man in the way I have already portrayed, but they are there to let their world words sound forth from the earth, the undines to let their world words soar upward, the sylphs theirs downward from above, the fire spirits theirs like a chorus, like the massing of a mighty uplifting of voices. Yes, this is how it could sound when transposed into words. But these words belong to the world word. And even though we do not hear them with ordinary consciousness, these words are not without significance for mankind. For the primeval idea, which had its source in instinctive clairvoyance, that the world was born out of the Word, is indeed a profound truth. But the world word is not some collection of syllables gathered from just a few sources. The world word sounds forth from a countless multitude of beings. Countless beings have something to say in the totality of the world. And the world word sounds forth from the concordance of these countless beings. The general abstract truth that the world is born out of the Word cannot bring this home to us in its fullness. One thing alone can do this, namely that we gradually arrive at a concrete understanding of how the world word, in all its different nuances, is composed of the voices of individual beings, so that these different nuances contribute their sound, their utterance, to the great world harmony, the mighty world melody, in the word's act of creation. When the gnome chorus sounds forth its "strive to awaken," this translated into gnome language is the force which is active in bringing about the human skeleton